Tonight, welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeastern Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, or Stars International. And how's everybody doing tonight? We have a special guest tonight. Perhaps you remember her. Her name is Miranda A., and she'll be probably here right around 9:30. Okay, caller 5, you have a difficulty, it seems, when you open your mic. Sometimes if you have your speaker on your phone, it'll do it. Well, we had a question on a billboard that's now covered up in Apache Junction, Arizona. So that's something we have to research. Okay, caller 5, I'm going to mute you. As soon as you get your problem straightened out, just hit *6. That will automatically unmute you yourself. Yeah, as I was saying, this billboard is covered. I don't know whether it's reached its maturity in terms of money owed on it, but it's in Apache Junction, Arizona, and I did get a picture of it. And once again, Cuba is in the news. More microwave devices have been blamed, actually the microwave attacks have been blamed on Russia, and they are now calling them something like radio wave attacks or something to that effect. But it is fast becoming our ticket in instead of our ticket out, for a change. And in China, we have Catherine Warner. She is the latest victim of electronic assaults in China. And she is getting the same symptoms that we get. And Switzerland is microchipping their people for the enterprise system. In other words, it's a chip that's just like your credit card, only it's actually in your hand. So I don't know what evil that might bring, but it might be a way for them to be tracked and assaulted as we are. Okay, good evening, Claire, Don, Doug, and callers. Okay, and we have a gentleman from Florida, I guess. His first name is Robert. I don't know his last name. He's from Central Florida, and he's facing criminal charges on making false reports, I guess, of crime and threats of extortion. He's actually, let me see, where did I hear that? He's actually a TI, I guess, I'm pretty sure. But that was in Florida crimes. And as I said, Miranda will be our guest this evening. And she will be here approximately at 9:30.
Hey, Frank, I'd like to mention something tonight, if it's okay.
Sure, go right ahead.
This is Ken, and I had a friend call that hadn't heard from her in 8 years, TI friend.
Yeah.
And she was on the original calls, actually, way back when. But her name is Cassie. I invited her on tonight for some support, and she lives in Georgia. Has muscular dystrophy. And Cassie, if you're on, feel free to speak up. and share your story. So I just wanted to mention that she's a fine gal,
Sure.
and had a tough go of it all these years.
I bet she has.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been somewhat of a circus, up and down. My attacks run in 3-day increments,
Hmm.
or pretty close to it. They seem to be 3 on and 3 off. Of course, the V2K is always there.
Right. I'm still getting this sound subliminally. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's the woodpecker signal or not. And then I still get this very low frequency that's hitting my leg area, just like that rumbling I've been complaining about for a year and a half. So it goes on and off. It'll go on for a while and then it'll go off for a while. So same same deal here.
Yeah, nobody really gets a break from anything. It's just a pause in the action, I guess. I had kind of I don't know, it was kind of a light day. I was attacked, though. But it wasn't as heavy as it could have been.
Now
But
Thursday they hit me in the parking lot. I was picking up some building materials, and I don't think they wanted me to get them. And I had no trouble at all putting them on a cart in Lowe's.
yeah,
They were about 40 pound boxes, I guess, and I put about 9 or 10 of them on there, along with some mortar. And anyway, so I checked out and went up, pushed the cart. It was kind of heavy over to the car, and opened the trunk. Took the first one off the cart, and right about the time I got it, and I know it wasn't me. They hit me with something that just caused my back to strain on my right side. And I know it was all I could do to get that box in there. I thought, what the? Well, I knew right off what it was because I did not turn abruptly. I mean, I'm super careful, picking up stuff, but I know it wasn't me, and because I didn't have that shoulder pull from getting the back sprain. But anyway, so it was all I could do to get that rest of that stuff in there. And then I actually went somewhere and took a break for an hour, and finally made my way home, and it was all I could do to unload that stuff. But what happened? I knew what was going on. They kept that energy on me to cause that pain to make me think I had that back pain all day long. And this is typical of what happens to many of us. 4, 5, let's see, 6, 7 days later, I see a commercial on TV about lower back pain on the right side. The guy's holding it, and then they've got some kind of a new exercise device, FDA approved, you know, for this particular ailment. And this has been the case many times. So they try these things out, and then they're getting, finding out what they can do with this energy on a person. Then they come up with some kind of so-called remedy for it so they can make money. They get it approved by the FDA. They put it on TV and advertise it. Then they try to sell it. I mean, I've seen this happen time after time after time. So never be surprised if you see what just something might have, where you have an ailment, and then 8, 9 days later, they're showing the same thing, trying to show everybody they got a remedy for it. So that's what I went through Thursday, and I knew it would clear up. When I got home, and I guess they got tired, it like immediately left, and I knew right then. Oh, they came back about an hour later, but I knew it wasn't me. And then finally, after the next day or two, it just disappeared. And I knew what it was. It was in some kind of energy attack. I don't know if the guy was in the parking lot. I don't know if it was being done from the satellite. All I know is that thing strained that right back muscle on the lower back, and it wasn't me. But anyway, that's something I experienced Thursday morning.
yeah. If it isn't one thing, it's 10. But it will
It's
get. Probably a little worse before it gets better because they're all running scared now. And yeah, you were here, Ken. Um, yeah, they are having a lot more investigative procedures into Cuba. And we had another young lady come forward, and she has been hit with the same thing. She is a U.S. diplomat in China. Her name is Moni. No, pardon me, wrong line. Catherine Werner. And I guess she was in her apartment and she woke up to what we get. You know, she was getting, they don't ever put in V2K, but I know that that's one of the components. So we'll have to see. But there's stories cropping up everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I'm subscribed to just about every news.
Well, I don't eliminate the
Yeah.
tragedy in Pittsburgh from this mind control energy attacks, which are causing people, which is basically a hate program.
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
It's designed to make a person feel that way, feel frustrated, and take out violence. So, it's sad. I mean, that's what's going on. They still don't address it as such.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, though. Too many people are coming forward. So when you have masses demanding answers, they'll come up with something, and they won't be able to deny it.
And if it's any interest of anybody, I mean, the victims group included Jewish people from the very start back in 2004. So, along with, of course, every other nationality. So, just about everybody, every ethnic group seems to get attacked. It doesn't seem to make any difference.
No, it doesn't. The people at the top possibly. Okay, caller 12, your mic is open and you're heard. So anytime you've fixed that, just hit *6 and unmute yourself. You'll be fine. We try to keep.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
I'll be doing. Hold on. I'll be doing fine if you tell me. You got 3 Paulas now on the line?
There's not 3 on. There's one Paula from California. There's yourself. And there's one from, I believe it's Mississippi. But they're usually in the back. Paula from California hasn't been on for a while. And Paula from Mississippi usually listens. And it may be a fake name. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Hey, Paula.
Hi.
Hey, it's Don.
How you doing?
Doing all right. Can y'all not see my name on there or something?
Yep, it's on there. She's on.
I don't have chat.
Oh, right on.
Okay. Well, you also got someone here from Georgia.
Hi. We've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
Are you Ken's friend?
Yes, I am.
Oh, it's great to hear from you. Would you like to tell some of your story?
Well, yeah.
You've got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, I'm being hit very, very hard. I live in Georgia, and even though I'd written a letter to our new president, somebody doctored the letter before it got to the original office and said some lies in the letter that I didn't put in there. So President Trump is not going to be able to help me. But somebody's been hitting my teeth.
Yeah.
And I've lost a lot of teeth.
Yeah, they hit my teeth as well. they'll pick out one on one side, then they'll pick out one on the other side, and it feels like, you know, the worst toothache you've ever had, you know. And it's just unheard of, the stuff they do.
Well, I'm wearing mouth guard. It's called Wilson Athletic Mouth Guard. You can wear them when you go to sleep. But today I was eating mozzarella cheese sticks.
Yeah.
It was happening. I don't have that many lower teeth. But thanks to the aid I've got now, I have muscular dystrophy. And from that, I have a care coordinator who finds an agency who's got aid, send out an aid to help me a little bit in my home. Through that aid, you could see bad things were happening in my home with the lights and everything. This place could go up in the fire because of my landlord. And because of my aid, she told me today that something I didn't know. My doctor wrote, now earlier this year, I asked my doctor, somebody mentioned if we were to say something to our doctor. This was on the Derek Robinson show. If we were to say something to the doctor about some of our symptoms going on, or if we were to ask our doctor if, you know, our doctor would look up on the internet who is treating the U.S. Embassy staff who were down in Cuba in 2017, the things that were happening to them, happening to me. I asked my doctor to look that up on the internet. I did that earlier this year. So from that, my doctor has written down that I'm schizophrenic. My new aide told me that today.
Really?
I'm trying to find ways to keep myself out of one of those facilities. And I don't know what to do now. My doctor did not discuss anything with me, but I've got written down on here on a paper that I deny having red eyes. I deny that I'm having chest pains and all these things. My doctor hasn't asked me about anything.
Do you have a TV on in the background?
Sorry. Let me turn it off. It's a radio. Hold it. Because of the lousy wiring in my home and this thing going on, TVs have blown. So
you should have somebody check the neutral wire leading back to the pole. You're going to see two heavy wires coming in, or cables, and you're going to see one sometimes bare lead going back to the pole, and that's going to be your neutral. If you lose that, any induction motor in the house will fail, and many TV sets and computers will fail.
Okay. Well, my landlord didn't say anything.
He didn't do anything?
Landlord found all the problems before I moved in.
Right.
And a building zoning inspector came here Friday because of my new aid. So he checked everything. He said, no, there is something wrong with this house. If it wasn't for that, and because...
evidence, but as I struck...
Yeah.
Huh.
And because of the building and zoning that my aide called, I have now to look forward to that maybe I'll lose my housing. But because of everything I'm experiencing here, I have to worry about moving over to wherever or else I move, and it's going to happen. And I was at being here, and the place was going to burn. Okay with me.
No more food.
I don't want to go through this another year.
I know.
And I'll stop it. This is going on, and people live a couple of miles.
You need to stick with us. In Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we're here for you. And
I need to. I'm trying to, but the only thing that's really going to help me is when I can talk to in the day.
yeah, you can call me during the day too. I'll give you my phone number. It's 508.
Hold on.
Okay.
See, I don't have a computer.
Yeah.
Stuff blew it. Somebody came in, wrecked the computer and my word processor. Okay.
Okay, 508.
Okay.
857. 8334.
All right.
And somebody, Seal in the chat, would like to give you her phone number too, and I'm going to do that in a second.
Okay, and your name?
My name is Frank Allen.
Okay.
Okay, do you guys in the chat want me to give her these numbers out loud, or do you want me to give her these numbers when I speak with her? Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'll give both numbers to you. You can text me if you like. Do you have a cell phone or do you have a landline?
Yep.
Okay.
No.
You can text me, and I will text you back these phone numbers.
Oh.
And these are both really great people. One of them is Dawn. The other is Seal. And there's Paula in the audience if she's still here. I'm sure she'd love to talk to you too. But that's up to her.
Okay. Well, can you think of any way that we can do something to get closer, to get...
Excuse me, ma'am, could you repeat yourself? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you think of a way that we can do something to get this stopped?
We're working on it every day. We have billboards up. There's a lot of exciting things happening that will bring this to a close finally. And
I don't know. You know, there's a lot of people who just were delusional. And we're just making it a clinic.
Yeah. Yep, you just need to, if you can, you need to try and calm yourself down as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, I wish that when I were younger, driving my friends home from parties, I wish that I was getting drunk, but I wasn't. Like they were. Would account for why my...
Can't hear you. What was your first name again? I'm sorry.
My name is Catherine.
Catherine. Okay. All right. Just let me get that in there.
Hi.
Okay. What you need to do is calm yourself down. Try to drink plenty of water. Water will calm you down naturally. A couple of glasses, not too much at a time. And keep yourself well hydrated. Come up with a vitamin that you like to take and make sure you take it every day. I take Emergen-C. It's available at all pharmacies. So that's the one that I rely on. I've been taking it for over 20 years. And it's really good stuff. It's used to be mail order only. It just only recently became available in like CVS. I don't know if you have those out there or not.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right, we have a special guest, Catherine. You might want to listen in.
Okay.
Her name is Miranda. She's coming on probably just about 9:30. But she has a lot of information, and she researches, as I do. And she has come up with some really great information. And she was a guest on the call several weeks ago. So we're looking really forward to hearing from her. And okay, we got somebody else that would like to offer up their number. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to make a list here. Okay. And done. And Seal. I've got Seal's number.
Okay.
All right. Miranda, are you with us yet? Okay, I did tell her 9:30. So if you want to continue a little bit, Kathy, you can.
Okay.
Like about another 5 minutes or so.
Hey, Frank, did you say earlier that there's somebody else on the call from Mississippi?
No, there's we have a thing. Paula and I were going back and forth today because we've got a Paula in California, and we've got our Paula, and we've got a Paula in Mississippi who listens in once in a while, and I'm not even sure if it's her real name. So we'll have to find out. I know you're
in. Is there any way you could put us in touch?
Yeah, I will do that.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, go ahead, Kathy, for about another 5 minutes or so.
Okay, does anybody, let's see, would Visine help for getting the red out of my eyes?
Getting the red out of your eyes?
Yep.
Okay, is the red in your eyes from crying, or is it from...
It's from this stuff, from lack of sleep and from this.
Yeah, you need... I'd try keeping your eyes closed as much as you can. And a lot of that has to do with hydration. And it shows that you're really being slammed around.
Frank?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? I know Miranda's coming on, but right before she come on, can you do this real quick?
Sure.
I sent you an email. I sent you an email on Saturday,
Okay.
and I would like for you to read it to the call.
Okay. All right, I can do that.
Please. Thank you. And just to let you all know on the call, I had a cell phone that was shut down on October 1st, and they told me I couldn't get my money back or my number back or turn my service back on by Verizon. I wrote to the corporation, and Frank has the response that they gave me. By mail.
Did you send that to the web address, or did you send it to Frank the Archer?
Frank at Targeted.
Okay.
Frank,
Gonna make sure I'm in the right one here. Yeah, go ahead.
the person who was asking about what to use on in their eyes.
Yes.
I understand from an eye doctor who said that if you get a not preserved something like cysteine or some of these others that don't have preservatives in it, it's good, but you do need to keep it cool, and that should help. And when you do, just make sure that it goes all the way to the back of your eye if you possibly can, pulling your eyelids around so it covers your entire eye. So that was all I had.
Okay, well, that's great. Anything that you can do to help somebody out is wonderful. Let me see. Paula, where are you?
Well, Don, you have it. Can you read it to the audience?
Oh, it's the same one that you had sent to me?
Yeah, the Verizon one.
Okay. Hang on. Let me find it.
Maybe they're messing with your mail, Paula, because I'm not seeing it.
Oh, okay. I'll resend it to you tomorrow. But I want you to have a copy of it. It's really, really.
Yeah, because I was
something.
looking for it. You said you wanted me to keep it for you, and I was watching for it. I didn't see it.
If you look, this is the Verizon one, right, Paula?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm still trying to find it, but yeah, I was gonna say, like, the first thing you'll notice on it, the letterhead is totally bogus. They were trying to keep from copyright infringement. I'm sure. Like, you can totally tell it's a bogus.
There's no TM next to it.
Right, no trademark, no. It's not even underlined. It's not even it's not the real Verizon symbol thing.
You're absolutely right. And look who is signed behind.
Wasn't it Jesus? I'm still trying to find it. But
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I say Jesus.
Yeah.
he gonna write Jesus.
Well, you should call him back and ask to speak to Jesus.
Oh, Frank, they took yours?
No, I just found your letter. It was...
Okay, go ahead, read it.
Okay. Hello, Paula Bannister. My name is Jesus, and I work in the executive office of Verizon Wireless. I received your complaint from Lowell McAdam, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer. I would first like to apologize for any inconvenience that you may have experienced with our company. I understand from reviewing your letter that you are expressing concerns after your account was disconnected. I truly appreciate the opportunity to address your concerns as it helps us become better at what we do. Upon review, your account was disconnected on October 1, 2018, as you stated. A thorough review shows the account violated our terms and conditions related to traffic pumping. Carriers pay access fees to local exchange carriers for calls to those carriers' subscribers, usually those who live in rural areas. To increase the incoming call volume to those rural areas and thereby fees earned, rural carriers partner with certain telephone service providers to route their calls through the rural carrier. These services typically include phone sex, conference call providers, which expect a high volume of incoming calls. In 1 week, it was reported 38 hours of calls to 2 known traffic pumping numbers in the state of South Dakota. I understand you could not be reached during this ordeal and would like to apologize. I will also provide feedback for the negative experience received. Although a new account has been created, we can review options to reinstate your old account / phone number. Please do not hesitate to call me directly at 800-779-2067, extension 222-0080, Monday through Friday between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Pacific Time. Regards, Jesus, Analyst, Headquarters, Executive Relations. Well, if this was real, what they are telling you is they don't like the fact that you are using your phone too much. And that's it. That's it in a nutshell. In other words, you are not allowed to stay on the phone for any length of time, such as a conference call or talking to one of your girlfriends for 3 hours, which people do. Hey, so there, if this was real, I would say, stuff it. I bought the phone. You're not going to tell me how to use it. And
exactly.
I'm going to use the phone in a safe manner in which I choose to. You are not going to tell me who I can call and who I cannot.
Okay, but what corporation will tell you that you had incoming phone sex calls?
Oh, no, they were giving you an example of those phone pumping numbers or whatever it was. But it could be legitimate, and what they're trying to tell you is they're trying to tell you who you can call and who you can't.
Exactly.
So you can,
That's the perps telling me to get off these conference calls.
It might be, but Verizon is known to be really picky about who you call. But they have no right to do it.
The letterhead is not even real, Frank.
All right. Well, I suggest that possibly you call there and ask for Jesus. He can be reached at that number, 800-779-2067, and they give you his extension. So I would call him up and just have a conversation with him and just tell him that if I choose to get on a conference call, I will. It's my business, not yours. So that's what
I'm paying for the bill.
You're paying the bill, so it's none of his business.
Exactly.
The person you talk to don't give you any kind of relief or whatever. Go up the chain of command as far as you got to go.
Yeah.
And I wrote the letter to the president. I can write it to no Jesus.
Well, it came from the chairman and chief executive officer of Verizon, and what's his name here? Lowell McAdam?
Yes.
Okay.
That's who I wrote to.
Yeah, well, you did. You've been to the top already. And I really don't think that anyone would impersonate somebody that high up. But he is right in the executive office, Jesus. And you should go over in your Verizon contract where it states this. And that's something they should.
I have prepaid.
Yeah. Prepaid?
You still have terms and conditions.
Oh.
Yeah, you should go over your whatever Verizon contract you may have, or information, or policies, and see where this comes up, because they should have told you what part, or that they were going to send you a copy of it so that you could understand, you know.
I met your calls in March.
Yeah.
And they waited to October to turn me off. That just don't make sense.
Without any indication, no notice whatsoever.
Exactly. Nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. I know Miranda's on by now. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Paula. Okay, Miranda, you with us?
Hey, how are you?
Hi. I'm doing
How are you?
okay.
That's good. That's good. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Miranda. How are you?
Hey, just feeling tired, but I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Hope you feel better.
Yeah, just low on energy. That's all.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. How's everyone doing though?
Well, we're all hanging in there, and quite anxious to hear you, because it was such a refreshing call the last time. You had so much good information. I've gotten emails and texts from people that are just because
I know Frank never sent me your information. That's why I haven't called you yet.
That's okay.
This is Paula.
Hi, Paula. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm in a lot of pain, off and on, but I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I do apologize. Today my energy is just very low, and along with working and researching and doing what I be doing, the energy just got very low today. So I do apologize.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all incredibly busy right around this time of the year too, coming up to the holidays.
Oh yeah.
Then you add perps, and then you add everything that I have to do and that you have to do. It's really something. Everybody, some people work, some people don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's been going on?
Same old, pretty much.
Huh?
Pretty much the same old things. Today, I've noticed that in the news we have things happening with Cuba again. And that's come to my attention.
Yeah.
Like me, you probably have every news source that there is just about emailing you.
Yeah. Yeah. The Cuba thing. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like It's a
the same stuff they use on us. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I said.
The same satellite-driven technology that they're using on us, and because Catherine Werner was the new victim of the electronic assaults in China, and she described the same symptoms that we're going through. I believe that all of the diplomats are under a gag order in case they're hearing voices, so that the V2K will not be spread into reality to the public.
Yeah. And because the article I had found today was discussed that one of the diplomats they are taking care of them for a year, the federal government, paying their medical bills and what have you for a year. And that was taken from an NBC article.
Right. They should take care of their bills, whatever they are, forever. Because,
yeah, it should be forever.
I will call the DHS to work.
Uh-oh, somebody ain't muted.
Okay, caller 15, you've got some serious noise going on there. As soon as you get your problems straightened out, just hit *6 and that will unmute you. Then you can speak if you choose to.
Yeah, so I just was I was feeling the same way, like that's all they're gonna do is for a year, and then people experience life trauma. I mean, they just offer them a year, and they are not the same.
No, and they never will be the same again, and that's the big thing. I guess Catherine woke up in her. She lives in a very lavish building, and well protected and whatnot, so nobody was sneaking in there or anything. And she woke up with her head throbbing, dizziness, you name it. And but it all emulated the same symptoms that we have. My inner ear is probably in tough shape on the left side, and my equilibrium is off somewhat. And that is some of the complaints that she has. And I do believe they are restricted in what they tell the press.
Yes.
You know? In other words, you say this and you're fired, But there are...
A gag order.
Yeah, exactly, a gag order. And I think this woman is going to come through and tell everything, and I don't think she cares. Because...
Well, her mother was affected too, as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you got the same article then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she had the tinnitus and the vertigo. Just like I had vertigo real bad. I get tinnitus a lot. It comes from one direction, and so when I was reading it, I was like, this is exactly what STI has been explaining. And I wonder how they're gonna try to explain away the symptoms that all of them are having. And I noticed that the Department of State was saying it was something and then retracted it and are trying to say something else now and stuff, but it's all gonna come out. It's all gonna come out.
Absolutely.
Hmm. Yeah, because their symptoms are, each one of those people, for all of them to experience the same thing at the same time. There's no other explanation for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm. Yeah. So when as soon as I saw it, I sent it to so many people, just to even people I contacted before I even started finding what I found within the last year. I sent it to people that I contacted back in 2016 when it started for me. And I said, see, everything that I was reporting with me back then, this person had the same, this person in the article, but the diplomats in general had the same symptoms. And then they discussed in the article about the interfering in the electronics. And did you see that, Frank?
Yes, I did. Everything emulates what we are going through. And that's going to be, it's already been my calling card to Channel 5 in Boston. And it's my calling card at MSNBC too. And Dr. Galom was supposed to join us on a conference call that we had with Channel 5, myself, Ella, and Allison. And she's a very nice woman. I think she's being very cautious now because of her position. She runs a research center in the University of California. I believe it's San Diego. I'm not sure.
A lot of them, that list I had found with the Smart State. If I had more than two hands to research, the list is so long. When you go to each agency, each contractor, and then it gives you who they're associated with: National Science Foundation, Klein Foundation, Department of Energy, and everything. And then you got to delve into all of that, and then projects they're having and everything. It's so much time consuming, but it's showing me, it's leading me to other areas. If I was to complete that list, I will have this targeted program with evidence shown up. That list is so long though. It's just all federal agencies involved.
Yeah, I've noticed that the more and more time ticks by, the more and more it looks like it's definitely going to be one of the agencies of the government that is eventually going to be named in this, because if you look at the private sector, you have people that have enough power and enough money to purchase a satellite, we'll say, and what one satellite will do to the entire country is unfathomable. One satellite has, I forget what they say the computing ability is, but it can handle millions and millions of decisions in a split second, and it has enough nodes, I guess, on it. It just takes care of Comcast, one satellite, And, they're putting a new one over Africa. And it's just unbelievable what this is doing.
Yeah, I agree. But I was watching a video with Richard Lighthouse, and he discussed how we all are being tracked, but he went into depth of how it is. And then I went to his website, downloaded his ebook. And he had told me to do that before, and I just, time gets away from you, I just didn't do it. And once I started looking at what he was talking about in regards to the airspace, and how they're doing the satellite, and it's stuff you can use in court.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to him at Unity and Hope in 2017 here in Boston, and it was actually his conclusions that made me lean towards satellites as the source, because it's the only thing that you can actually use that overcomes line of sight. It overcomes everything, and it's seamless. That's why you have people like Brian too going all over the world looking for a soft spot in the net, and he's not finding one.
Right. And he's attacked wherever he goes.
Yes, yeah, wherever he goes.
Mm-hmm. So, it's but it did open my eyes to a lot, and I encourage people to go on his site and download his ebooks and print them out and do the research from there, because even though I downloaded it, I still was taking certain information from it and researching it, and then pairing it with the list that I have, just tying it in together and stuff. So I would suggest that people look at the because you will really understand how those satellites are tracking us, and the different commands that they have. It's basically the Air Force Space Command. And I had said that before because I had researched Air Force Space Command about 2 or 3 months ago. And but he went into more depth of the different levels of it. I really suggest that everyone go and look at his website and download his ebook.
And Frank, Dr. Melissa Black told me that today. She said this is the military doing this.
Yeah.
Exactly what she said.
I think that largely I agree, because they sent the first MK Ultra experiments that were actually unclassified were in 1974, and the government sent tapes to Germany, and they sent tapes all over the place, but they didn't tell us about it. So I think a lot of the MK Ultra, which I'm using as a blanket to cover all of these types of attacks, came from Alan Frey. And from there, they went to the UK. I mean, they sent the information everywhere. But who are they attacking? Their own people,
Right, so right.
I call myself a government target now. I don't use targeted individual anymore. I call myself a government target.
Well, I call myself a government experiment because I did. They're attacking me, like I said, out of the blue as an employee for the state of Illinois, and evidently they're doing it for fun, or they're doing it as either one.
Yes,
I think both, Miranda, because I'm being attacked and experimented on every day, all day.
And a lot of it has to do with, I know with my harassers, which they are idiots, constantly keep trying to do things, say things to break my will, to break my strength. and they can't. And but they keep trying to say things, and like they did last week. A red, as soon as I got out of my car with my daughter, a red and white helicopter that had been harassing me for like the last month flew very low over me, and I just so had my camera in my hand, was getting it out off the car seat, and I just flipped it up and got it flying very low over me, and I was like, these are some idiots, and I don't know how they think that that's supposed to like intimidate me after all this time, and I'm still not intimidated.
Exactly.
But I got a good shot of it because I had been telling people it's a red and white helicopter now, and whenever I tried to get it before, it would it flies real fast, and this time it attempted to fly very low over me while I was getting out the car. I had just got off work, and it flew very low, and I just flipped that camera on and just caught it. And I said, that's just more evidence. I mean, they're ridiculous. They're stupid. I mean, I'm like, it's actually funny to me because I'm like, you don't get it. You don't intimidate me.
Yeah, exactly. There are many of us who have been fighting this, and we've gotten to the point where, we just don't give a damn. We just want to, find these people and stop it.
Yeah. And I just want to expose it because I know with how they targeted me at my workplace that I'm not the only one at all these facilities in the state of Illinois.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's unbelievable. Now, what I got from Richard Lighthouse in 2017 was that the area that they could track you was a 5-foot perimeter. And within that perimeter, they actually had to find you, which is really tough. So, sarcastically. So that led me to, I use Google as an example, because you can take Google Maps and turn it on, walk around the house with your phone, and that little blue dot will follow you a lot closer than 5 feet. So that's how they're tracking you with a satellite.
I really believe that when I had got that flu shot in 2016, when they partnered with the state of Illinois at my job, I really believe that they injected me because even to this day, just last week, that was the only year, 2016, that the flu shot was offered on the job site. It has never been offered on the job site. And I just got another flyer last week stating where to go for the flu shot. Last year it was where to go for the flu shot. Previous years it was where to go for the flu shot. But that 2016 is the year that the flu shot was offered. And I had got the flu shot for once in my life, got the flu shot, and I've been tracked ever since.
And I believe mine came, I believe I was followed before that, but I did get one in 2016 also. But I got one previously because when you work in a medical facility, it's mandatory. But I don't know. I believe mine came from my provider. I'm not sure, but I know I was followed way before that, like stalked and just didn't know.
Yeah, and after I had got mine, that's when I noticed that they were they started following me, and because I had got it in I think it was late December or early January of 2016 or late December of 2015, and that summer is when the co-workers started acting different, and then I noticed that cars was following me. And I could have sworn, even to this day, when I look back, if I saw the lady, I know who she is. But since I haven't seen her since, I can't. I just know she had like a platinum reddish blonde hair, and it was a long shoulder length bob, and she looked very stern, like military like. And then one day when I was going on my lunch break, I remember she was in a blue truck with this one guy that's a state employee, and they followed me to my apartment. And then when I noticed that they followed me, I went to the Lowe's that's right by where I live, and parked in the parking lot just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. They went there and they parked on the other side of the parking lot and sat there because I sat there, and they didn't move. So that's when I realized that I was being followed. And another time, an IT guy that works for the state was following me in his white Impala. But everything happened after I got the flu shot.
Yeah, I got the flu shot too. I really didn't want to get it, but I did.
Mm-hmm.
Because they said there were some very deadly strains of flu this year. So
yeah.
I chose to get it.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I don't know if anybody ever wondered, even when I go to the grocery store now and I see the pharmacies are always offering free flu shots. I mean, anybody ever pay attention to that?
Oh, yeah.
Stop and shop. Like a lot of stores, pharmacies, they offering everywhere now. Everywhere.
Right. And I don't think did they do that back in the 90s and the 80s and all that? I don't recall.
No, I don't think so. All I know is the first flu shot made me get the flu, and the second one gave me symptoms. So.
Yeah, and the same thing happened with me.
So it's not something that I'm interested in doing anymore. That'll probably be the last one.
Yeah. But this year is when I started realizing the helicopters and the planes and the drones and the satellites, and the Sky Safari satellite is accurate because it gave me Vandenberg Air Force Base. And when I looked at Richard Lighthouse's site, it named all of the Air Force bases. And I had Vandenberg satellites all over my apartment. Vandenberg and the Western Test Range, which is Vandenberg. And so I took pictures of what was on my app, and then I started looking up the satellite names, and that's when it gave me Vandenberg, the ownership, the origin of it, and everything. And so I've saved all of that and said I was going to use it for evidence.
Yeah, that's actually putting the gun in somebody's hand, because at this point in time, if we can grab all these signals coming from the satellite, it's going to go along with the document that I was reading the other night. And it's really too bad, because in graphics, if you look at the signal, it is snow on the bottom of the screen. It doesn't even spike or even show. It's 0.3 to 3.0 watts. So it doesn't even show on a spectrum analyzer. So it's going to be very hard for us to find it. And that's why Neil from Florida has, been suggesting that we need a spectrum analyzer to analyze just that area.
And those are like thousands of dollars.
Over $10,000. And that will physically take that apart, that entire area. But we have to start measuring what is coming down. And see, a lot of people associate it, unfortunately, all the time with their homes. But if you go out, it's the same signal coming down, from up above. And that's the way you have to look at it. Then you have your street groups that have handheld devices. I have seen patents for a few of those, but the patents I've seen are actually for trial versions, I guess, of that new rifle they have. It's actually a laser rifle, I guess. So there's so many different schools of thought on this, but I have to lean towards the science, and that would be Richard Lighthouse. And all I've done is research satellites since that Unity and Hope in 2017.
And I believe him as well, because once I started reading it, because before I did it, delve into his site before, and I downloaded the stuff, but I never got to read it. And then once I started reading it, it just started making sense to me. I was like, okay. And so when I read stuff, it just led me to research. I'll look at certain words and I'll go research it so that I could have a better understanding. But the stuff he presents, very scientific. You go to Dr. Judy Wood, very scientific. I mean, really, I suggest everybody download his ebooks, and they're free.
I suggest the same thing. Miranda, have you been to our site, and did you see the list of satellites and their owners? I have that up there. I can send you the link.
Yeah, I didn't see the list. I went to the site and I was looking at some postings that you had placed for documents.
Yeah.
In which I had to download documents. And so yeah, but I don't think I saw that one.
Yeah, it's the only Excel one up there. Only one in green.
Okay.
And that's all of the satellites, the countries and companies that own them.
Okay, and so but you know what, the thing about that is that Sky Safari app, it gives you the different countries and the different owners of the what gives you the names in the different countries. Once you research the names of the satellites, so it's very accurate. And once again, I suggest that people download that. It's free as well, but it's very accurate. And that's how, when I saw that Vandenberg, and Vandenberg is one of the Air Force bases. I think, how many is it, Frank? Is it about 7 or 8 that do the Air Force Space Command? I know Schriever and Peterson, and it's a few of them that I noticed that. But when I saw Vandenberg and it went with what I had found, I was like, okay, I know that they part of it. But it all goes back to that list I found.
Yeah, exactly. It's my understanding that out of all the satellites up there, it's probably way up from then, but that there were only 411 that were operative. But I think there's a lot more than that.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot more. I I think it was Richard that was discussing that is one that's designated to. I forgot what he said. He was naming different satellites that were designated for certain purposes. But I mean, but it's so his information is so informative. It will wake up your eyes. It's scientific. If you look at Dr. Judy Wood, like I said, I've been researching her and the way she breaks down things. It's all scientific. It's all scientific. You have these all these weapons. You know, we just, as Frank said, we don't know exactly how. We need a spectrum analyzer, like he said, to see where it's beaming from and everything like that. But if you read their information, it really will open your eyes to a lot of it. Because at first I was thinking that it was just the cell towers, and the way he explained it is that the beams will bounce off the cell tower, bounce on the cell tower back up, and it's just I haven't read all of his stuff because the books some of them are long, but it's very, very, it'll wake your eyes up.
Oh, that's definitely something I'm going to look at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you know, he even goes into the NSA. He discusses that and their role. And you know, that's part of the Department of Defense. And as I stated several times, that's the partnership that got my targeting started. And the NSA is constantly mentioned, and I know that they're in downtown Chicago.
Okay. So you've got a lot of activity right around the Chicago area, and I understand there's a lot of activity in the Colorado area.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unbelievable.
Yeah. When I first started researching, I used to find like little links. Like I said, it was like I said, targeting would come up. I never heard of none of this stuff, gang stalking. But it was this one article, one blog that it was called On Being Mob. And I just thought it was, when I would read it, I didn't know what he was talking about, what the writer was talking about or anything, because I knew nothing about none of that technology stuff. And then I came across is it 911 NWO or NWO 911 with Dr. Carlson. And it was, you know, talking about the New World Order and the Illuminati, and you know, I heard of the Illuminati before, but I never paid it. You know, I never got into it or anything. And so, you know, when they was talking about parabolic dish and all that, I didn't know what none of that stuff was, other than like a direct TV satellite or something like that, you know. But I didn't know what all this stuff was. And Dr. Lighthouse, he really breaks all this stuff down. You know, now I understand what those are, because one was called On Being Mob. And at first when I was reading it, I started reading it like it was, like it keeps you captivated in it. But I didn't know exactly what they was talking about. They talked about the neighborhood watch and seeing people in their house and how they force people out and harassing them on the streets, the street theater and all that stuff. And I didn't know what, I thought all the stuff was fiction when I read it and stuff. And I understand what was in those blogs now and what Dr. Carlson was talking about now. Because of Richard Lighthouse, the way he breaks it down, you have a better understanding. It enlightens you more than what you already knew. From the like Frank said, the scientific portion of it.
Yes, that's where we have to lean. Hold hands, pray, and
the fusion center.
Yeah, exactly.
All of it. I mean, it's satellite. And we got the military, the Air Force Space Command up there, the military. It's satellite. And they're the ones that's attacking us.
Yeah, it's I'm beginning to wonder how far ahead in space they are that we're not hearing about. If they have space command, they must have somebody in space, right?
Yeah, I mean, I watched. In fact, I got to go back and watch it because I recorded it, and I had to be to work the next day. It was if you watch C-SPAN, I don't know if any of you ever do. Watch C-SPAN because they talk about all this stuff on that channel. They have it all on there. They was talking about the Air Force Space Command, the Senate Committee, Intelligence Committee, and all that. I mean, they talk about everything on that channel.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good information coming through there. Good, solid information.
Yeah, and as I stated before, research the government because we don't know. At least I can say for me, we just be too busy living our lives. We don't delve into what they're doing.
Yeah, we have to be really careful and really watch everything that comes out in the news because there's a lot of stuff that's leaking out.
Yeah.
I really wish that Mr. Assange was in his position still.
Yeah, I do too.
And Mr. Snowden. Of course, naturally, that was I think apparently a string that he finally ended. But hats off, and he's a hero to many, many people in this country.
I agree. And when I looked at Mr. Lighthouse site, I didn't know that that Assange and Snowden were being attacked with microwaves.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. As soon as they were found out, it's reported that Edward Snowden lives in some kind of Faraday cage, but it would have to be a very special one because I've never seen anything block this stuff out yet.
Yeah.
But
so if all of this technology, because eventually somebody's gonna whistleblow on what's going on. Eventually.
Yeah, we've got people.
How do you think they're protecting themselves from being affected from the technology?
By not leaking the rest.
But you're dealing with nuclear and physics type of stuff, energy and stuff. And so how are they protecting their bodies from dealing with it every day and attacking, because they can go through anything.
They don't have nanotechnology in them.
Huh?
Speak up,
They
man.
don't have nanotechnology in them. They don't have nano and smart dust. They weren't injected. They don't have chips.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay, caller.
but a lot of the military people usually, I mean, I've never been in the military. Maybe someone can speak on it or enlighten me. But in the military, don't you have to have shots? And I mean, a lot of them were used as guinea pigs previously. Don't they have to have shots?
Yeah, like a machine gun full.
Mm-hmm.
Caller 31, what's your first name? You don't have to give me a real one. The woman who was just speaking? Right here?
Hi, I think I'm muted.
Not anymore.
Oh, hi, I'm Angela.
Angela.
Oh, I'll give it to you. I might as well.
Is this our Angela? It didn't sound like you.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, it didn't sound like you. I'm sorry. Good. I'm not doing too bad.
Good.
Yeah, you even shielded your voice.
Cool. I wish I knew how to do that a little better. Maybe it's done for me. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, how are you?
I'm okay. Yesterday I was going through it. I don't know, but it's between all those everything that's gone on in Pittsburgh. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
sad. It's very sad. But when I listen to some of the stop007.org, I listen to all those videos and what they talk about, even with some of the people who are like historians. Like there's a doctor she speaks with who goes on to talk about Stasi and 911 and just how much history can be altered and is altered that we don't really know about, and how they blamed it so much on the Muslims and it's, and then you see this, and today, like, it was just amazing to me how the Muslim population was here in Pittsburgh was actually fundraising for some of these people who passed away at the synagogue. And I thought, well, hey, you know what, that is a definite start. That's such a peaceful thing to do in the world. And I can remember being in that synagogue for when there's Rosh Hashanah and different holidays, and they go on for 4 or 5 days, and they go on hours at a time. And there was a time when I did sit in that synagogue, and I said, if I don't go and take a walk or something, I'm going to pass out, because I was in so much pain. And it just has to come at a point in time where someone has to start believing me about this pain that is happening, in my chest and in my head. As far as this nanotechnology goes, and I'm not the only one that has it. I know, Catherine Horton has it, and other people in our group have it too. It's just providing that burden of proof, which seems so hard to do. And I don't know why. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it is.
It's overwhelming to know what to do next. Like, to where to go next, what to do next, to move, who to talk to. I have a hard time finding people to talk to and talk it over with. I mean, do you go to a financial advisor? Hey, what would you do in this situation? Or do you, go to your priest? Well, do you go to your, a counselor, and they just want you to be on more meds? I mean, I really appreciate being able to talk to you guys a lot.
I think the only reason I can talk to people and they listen to what I say, they don't listen to it all, but they do believe me, is because I had the evidence to back it up, and I think that's the only reason, and I think I thank God I'm blessed for that, that I can go to people and talk about what I'm going through, but I don't tell them about the V2K part other than my family, but I don't tell others about it because that part I can't prove other than the military stuff that I found. But as far as the harassment portion of it and everything, and that it is coming from the smart state and that is coming from the military, that part I can prove.
How can you prove that?
Because I have the partnership with the smart state with the governor of Illinois, and because I have the list of the partners who are all mentioned throughout this targeting stuff, because I have the videos and photos of everywhere I go time-stamped with the military helicopters and the planes and the drones, and then where they were so bold to even do it low at my job where my coworkers saw it, and one of my closest coworkers there seen it several times, and so they gave me enough of that type of that physical evidence there, where I can at least prove that part, but the V2K I can't prove. I did do a video with myself with a Spectrum where I put the Spectrum analyzer on the arm where I got the shot, and it spiked up. And then when I moved it away, it spiked down, and I did it several times. And so they did inject me with something.
Yeah, I just purchased one. It's the one that I saw on that video. It's from Switzerland, Germany or Switzerland, and it's an RF. It's an RF meter, and it's interesting because oh my gosh, I'll go over my head, and my head just is nonstop. But what I need is like Faraday cage, like what you were just talking about, or a place in the deep woods, in the deep state woods, in the woods or something, where I can really look at this. And I want to go on a video. I want to put a video of myself on YouTube. I just haven't gotten there yet. Have you done the YouTube?
Yes, I did. I put it with my arm. I have different Spectrum analyzers that I bought, but the one I used for the video was the one that has the EMF and the RF bars. It gives you the numbers. It has the graphs, and so I showed it on the video where it moved away from. When I moved it away, it went down. When I put it by my phone, where it constantly would go to, and then when I put it by my arm, it spiked up the highest.
Yeah, that sounds similar to me. Only it's my head that has the most. I mean, it's just nonstop in the back of my head and down into my neck. And then a little bit into my breast.
Yeah, and I did notice that too, the back of my head, and I think it was the right side of the back part, the crown part of my head, and the back of my head.
Okay, people, I'll be right back in about 3 minutes. Just continue on the way you're going. I mean, everything looks good.
Okay.
Thank you, Miranda. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
Okay.
But the hard
Yeah,
part is, my question is what about, you can get to the bottom of, all right, okay, I have an RF chip, and I have a chip, or I have nano technology in my head. What about the burden of proof of, and I guess this is where the whole deep state thing comes in, and what we're maybe fighting for to the end, who knows, the whole blacklist thing, the whole, what about that? Is that something that you're going to try to prove, that you were put on a target list?
Well, you know what I did to prove, well, I'm trying to prove that is because I recently been doing a bunch of FOIA requests. And I've done my own, as well as I went through Muskrock. And I did get a response from Vandenberg Air Force Base. The lady was very helpful. But I think I need to go back to her, because since I looked at Richard Lighthouse, I have to put that FOIA in a different way now with the terms that I learned. But the FOIA officer, she was very nice with giving me information on how to put things for the FOIA and stuff like that. Because let me see, and then I had got a response from the state of Illinois FOIA officer, in which I sent them a counter back, and I did mention that, put them on alert that I know it's a smart state partnership, and I did FOIA requests for several agencies. When you go to the FBI, you got to go through their site. I did it. I went to FOIA.gov, and I did several FOIAs on there. And I put specifically what I was looking for. I wanted to, if my name is associated with any information gathering, terrorism watch list, I forgot what they call it, something human subject. I put it with the National Science Foundation. I put in several FOIA requests.
Oh, did you have to have a code, or were you able to get in? Were you able to get in on that website pretty easily, or did you have to have, a certain special code, or because are you some type of a doctor or something like that, or were you just able to go online, FOIA.gov, and that was it?
Yeah, you can go on FOIA.gov and type in whatever agency that you're looking for a FOIA for. And I did it with I did the CIA on there, NSA, it was a few of them that I did on there. And but when it came to the Department of Homeland Security and FBI, you have to go to their site, and the FBI, they have to give you a code that allows you to request a FOIA request, which I didn't even complete it yet because I was tired. So when I say it's time consuming doing all this stuff, it is.
It is. I know.
But I just want the FOIAs because, like I said, if they even try anything with me or my family, there will be a trace of everything that I've been enduring and everything that they've done to me that correlates with that list. And the state will be held accountable and federal government will be looked at. So I want the FOIA request for legal purposes.
That's amazing. That's awesome. I have, I was into the FOIA. I was into the whole FOIA investigation about 3 or 4 years ago, and I just got blocked. And I don't want to say I gave up, because I didn't give up. I'm doing other research in other areas. But I did have numbers from Dr. Staninger that correlated with the frequencies that go in and out of this particular area of my body. And she gave me 4 or 5 just numbers, and it was like 2, 3, 5, 4.9, numbers like that. And each one of those numbers was associated with maybe, I don't know, 15 or 16 different agencies.
Wow.
And yeah, and it's amazing because one of the agencies was in his, my goodness, like the FBI in Kentucky, something like that. And it was pretty, I thought, okay, now it's just me. How am I? And no one believed me at the time. You know, what am I going to do? Go marching down to the FBI in Kentucky and say, what the heck is this? So, yeah. But I wonder if those numbers, then they were telling me I had to pay for everything that I was doing, like all this research and everything. It just got to be,
Yeah, because I just recently, what could seal the deal with my case is if I can find someone to get the signals that's in my body and trace it back, as you just stated. And I just looked into a naturopathic clinic here where I'm at. And I have my upcoming appointment where I'm going to have them look at it and see if they could trace it. But it's costly. But I'm willing to pay for it because I want to get this taken care of.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm so glad I have the numbers, and I had to pay for those numbers. And in a certain time, you know, hopefully those numbers will come in as concrete evidence. You know, what I'm trying to do now is gather like all the evidence I had, and I was showing someone a picture of a nanoparticle that I have, and actually it's 5 pictures that were printed. It was a surgeon in Georgia took out a bioreceptor and a nanoparticle, and she sent it to a laboratory in Florida, and they printed out these pictures and then sent them to Staninger, and then Staninger sent them to me. And I was showing them to someone, and they said, well, how do I know where this picture came from, and how do I know this is really, you know, a nanoparticle? Well, I don't know. I didn't know what to say to that because, I mean, how do you know you're really watching the movie that you're really watching? Or how do you know, you know, that your eye is seeing what it's really seeing? How can you prove a picture is an actual particle?
Okay, well, did they give you a written, because with a picture, like when I went and got an x-ray of my arm, I did see like black dots on the x-ray, but I couldn't tell if that's normal for the part of x-ray or not. So I do have that on CD, but I also got them to give me the written report along with the along with the picture, along with the CD.
Okay. Yes, they did give me a written report along with the CD, and it does explain. And there are numbers down below the picture. Yeah. But I just don't know the explanation for the numbers, so it probably correlates with a certain number of a particle or something. Yeah. That's a good answer. I couldn't think of it at the time. That's correct.
Yeah, each like for instance, if it's implants, chips or whatever, there are numbers that go with them because they go through the FDA and whatever else company or whatever. So agency. So there are numbers that correlate with them that can be traced back to whoever is responsible doing the tracking of you.
Did you find that you were somewhat retaliated on while you were going through all of this, trying to get all this information, or did you feel sicker at certain times?
I feel like they are retaliating because I'm fighting them back.
They will.
Yeah, and they were when they started this with me. They, like I said, they almost had me the first 6 months. They almost broke me down to where, because I didn't know what was going on. And they are retaliating because the helicopters started increasing, the planes, the spraying around me and everything. It just started increasing more and more, and the traffic, where they follow me in traffic. And so that they didn't anticipate me fighting back. The anticipation was they were going to break my will.
Right. Do you think that they anticipated that you might commit suicide, or that I hate to go there, but I honestly thought they thought
because they almost I would never commit suicide, but they anticipated it, because when I didn't know what was going on and stuff, I was crying, laying in my bed all day. I was removed from my job. I was crying, trying to understand what was going on, and I didn't know. Mm-hmm. So, maybe they were anticipating me committing suicide and all that stuff like that. But like I said, my Lord and Savior wouldn't let me take it. He wouldn't let me take it. I rose right back up and I started fighting. I started researching, and and I'm glad that I did, and which is why they cannot intimidate me, because God stirred back up in me what was in me a long time ago, and it's basically Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier on steroids right now is what they are dealing with. So they can't break me right now. They can't. And they can attack me with weapons or whatever and stuff, but I'm just gonna take pictures of it and stuff, because all this gonna be revealed sooner or later, because they're too arrogant about it. And not just the U.S., all over, people gonna rise up against it.
Well, they are, and they are already. In the UK, we have billboards going up over there, and that's another thing I wanted to bring up. Don't forget your billboards, because we're still saving for another one in Massachusetts, and we haven't reached our goal yet. That's something we have to hit. And
I know I had asked Ella before on your show about getting billboards for Chicago.
Yeah.
By the airports and stuff. So hopefully, we can hear back from that soon, because like I told her, I will donate, and because I just want to get the word out.
Yeah, well, the Canadian billboards actually have produced a lot more than the U.S. ones have so far, because we got some negative press. Only it turned into positive press, because it made the papers, it made television, I guess. So it's any press is good press, but this was really good. But the United States won't make the same mistake. They'll just let them sit there. I had a thought while I just got up and grabbed a cup of coffee. What if this were Russian satellites on the United States people?
Well, you know what, Craig, I thought about that and stuff, and then I always see them accusing Russia or China for all this we going through and stuff. It's not. They're setting that up, and I really do believe that they're trying to set up a war.
Yeah.
That's honestly what I believe.
Well, they can't make any money unless they have a war. That's where they try out. Yeah. That's where they try out all their new weapons.
That's the shame of it all. And that's the shame of it all, too. It's like you go red and you say, well, I've heard if you go a little more Republican toward the Republican side, then we have more of a chance of undercovering the deep state. But then again, there's more chance of war. or what? I mean, I don't know. I really don't. I mean, I think either side, the deep blue and the deep red, are both just as dangerous and can be. But maybe it has been such a liberal, arena for so long that maybe they do need to go a little bit deeper into the red to dig this all out. I don't know. I don't believe in any of this red. I of course believe in the American and the flag and it being patriot, and of course I believe in what the vets do and praise all of that. But as far as just this big divide in whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, to me, I think that's what we're being laughed at over in Europe for being, being like that dumb.
I'd like to,
but it's so hard. Sorry.
I'd like to just say something on the issue with regard to Russia satellites, etc., etc. I don't know how much common knowledge there is there with regard to what Trump's been doing. That he's actually disconnected the satellite system for Britain from Australia, etc. In other words, the balance of the other Five Eyes countries, because of the Pfizer issue and the spying that's been taking place, and that even affects the satellites that are over the Antarctica. So I don't know whether any of you guys are actually studying this stuff, but I think sometimes I get news out of the USA on some of these mini TV calls, if you want to call it that. Oh, sorry, I've just knocked something here. And I can't imagine that if Trump thought for a moment that Russia was spying via satellite on the USA, that he wouldn't be doing something enormous about it, because it flies in the face of what's happening with our own alliance. Is anybody else tuning into these TV shows like USAWatchdog.com? Are you listening to the financial markets that are also covering the issues of Russia and China and India, etc., using their own national currencies now to step away from the US dollar? All of these sort of things seem to be a bit way out there for a lot of people, I know, but they're all tied in together. The fact that the news is actually coming over to me, I get it sometimes 3 times a day from the USA in respect of what's happening there.
I agree with you, by the way.
Pardon?
I agree with everything that you were just saying, because I've been keeping up with it just like you have, apparently. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there about it. That's it.
Yeah, I think the thing is that not a lot of people are sort of concentrating in that area, and I can understand why, because it's easy to concentrate on what's happening to you personally instead of perhaps extending your thinking a bit further out from there and understanding the world game that's going on.
Is that you're correct.
This morning's news actually told me that Russia and China are militarizing quite nicely in preparation for war with the United States. Now, I don't know how many of you guys over there actually have heard that today. I mean, it's yes. For me,
I haven't heard
you're
that
in
today.
yesterday land and I'm in tomorrow land for you. But at the end of the day, I think that, the aspect of this all ties in together. When you start looking at the globalism, the issue with the caravanners that are infiltrated by, the globalists that are being paid by Soros to be involved in forcing that southern boundary in the United States. when you start drawing all this together, and then you've got, this fake bombs thing, and then you've got all the currency issues taking place. And in the midst of all this, Trump is trying desperately to bring down the cabal in the United States. He's trying to bring down the central bank.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Do you have a source? Patrick in the chat was wondering whether you had a source on that, preparing for war with the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can actually, I can't do it now because it's on my phone that I'm using for this call. But there's a source. It's called neonnettle.com. Neon Nettle, NETTLE.com. Now, I get notifications from them. As I said, it's a minimum of 3 times a day. First thing in the morning, I've got everything before me. And then, of course, I source that back through to other areas like davejanda.com, usawatchdog.com. And from there, I'll take other links into more in-depth stuff. If I want to study more on the financial side of things, I'll do that. I am very in tune with the interviews that are done on these TV calls. Like you'll have Catherine Austin Fitz, who's reporting back also on the financial aspects. But the pressure within the United States at the present time is astronomical. And, the fact is that the USA, and I hate to say this, but you have to look things in the face if you're going to deal with them. It could be under attack from so many areas now, through China resisting what's happening with the trade war with the USA and Russia coming in. Of course, those two have been compatriots for however long. And then you have, this surge from the South on this Caravana stuff. And you have the fake bomb thing happening. You put this all together, this is a big threat against the globalists. And they're not going to go down easy. They're starting to fall, and they know that it's crumbling around them. And when the Fed goes, that's the end of the central bank. That is absolutely the end of the central bank.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yep. I totally agree.
Do you listen to BBC News? Do you like BBC News? Do you believe what you hear on that channel? BBC News.
Sorry, are you asking me the question or the general public? Sorry.
You.
Sorry. Would you like to repeat that question again, please?
Do you watch BBC News?
No, I don't tend to.
Okay.
Unless it happens to be something that draws me into the United Kingdom. If there's something there that I feel is happening in the UK because that's my homeland, I will tend to go, there and go down a few rabbit holes if I can. But my main concern is for the USA because the USA is the target. It is the absolute target now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the USA is the absolute target because the USA is the only one that doesn't want to go along with the New World Order. In fact, you can say that Russia and China is not really, they're just simply wanting to take down the one country, and they probably will do it with currency and force, and that's going to be remaining standing against the New World Order, and that would be us.
Putin doesn't like the New World Order. He's totally against.
No, he doesn't.
You would think that he would be in number one. Maybe that's a fake. Maybe he's just.
What's a fake?
I mean, he would
explain
would think that Putin would be like the number one dude for the New World Order.
Why?
Russia.
Why?
You would think.
Why?
Propaganda.
Why?
I'm asking the
because
question. Why?
Because Russia is such a socialist. Well, at least when I was in history class, socialist state. socialism. It's the way of the New World Order would probably come together looking just after their model. And I was always taught in political science that they would be one of the first ones to be on board with the New World Order. But
no, that's absolute rubbish, actually, because the New World Order doesn't even come from that faction, and Russia's not a warring country. It's the UK predominantly, and obviously the USA climbing in on board because it was an attractive offer to provide arms and all sorts of machinery and equipment in the last World War. But the fact is that no, it's not a model of Russia. It's a model of Germany, mostly. And then, of course, we've got the East Asian countries involved too. And in actual fact, the information that's coming out through all the major news sources in the US and others is the fact that China is being purported to be the one who's fighting also hardest to lead the New World Order. That's the issue.
That makes sense.
I totally agree with you.
Well, the only one that stood up at the United Nations meeting a little while back and said out of his own mouth that the only one that was going to be running this America was Americans was Donald Trump. Everyone else at the United Nations meeting was fine with New World Order. So that leaves us out here by ourselves. And if they change the currency and we cannot make it on our own as a country, depending on ourselves without exports and imports and trading and all of that, if we can't get our banks and stuff to stand and survive on our own, then we're going to be sucked right into it, if not into a war to make it happen. But we got to remember that most of our banks and land and country, even down to Yellowstone Park, probably belongs to other countries. So how are we going to stand against that when they're already in the country? They already own part of the country. It's inevitable.
Not during wartime. During wartime, there's martial law.
That's why. That's my last words there, Frank. It's inevitable that we have war.
Yeah,
that was my last word.
Yep.
And I'd also like to say, I was listening earlier. You guys were talking about the satellites and the targeting and the microwaving and all. The thing is this: if we can't get if our own government can't get the information to targeted individuals and the proof that American citizens are being targeted, if we can't get that from our own government and our own government can't get it, then it's covered, it's sealed, it's incognito. They're not going to tell us about it. We can do all the paperwork and this, that, and the other. I'd also like to speak on the behalf of other targeted individuals, because the very minute that you say, well, it's this, it's satellites, or it's that, it's this, or it's that, you can't say that.
And you can't, when you can't prove it.
No. You can't say that because there's too many things. Well, how are you going to tell a lady that had her very favorite picture in her living room destroyed that happened by satellite? How are you going to tell a lady? How are you going to tell a lady when she wakes up that she's got bruises in a very bad, strange place, and everybody else is telling her that she was raped by a satellite? You can't do that. If you put all of this stuff in a pile, it all exists. So without proving all of it happening, you can't say, well, it's this or it's that. Because when you do that, you divide, you draw a line between the TI community. One is saying it's a satellite. one is saying it's troops on the ground, and when the bottom line is, it's all of the above. No one is wrong. No one is wrong, and no one is right. But we continually end up in this conversation about it, what is and what isn't. But it's all of the above.
Well, as far as the satellites, what we were mentioning earlier was that, for the universal tracking, that's satellite. That's not ground based.
It's not just satellites, ma'am. They can GPS your car and use a satellite.
Of course they can. Yeah.
But they can also position themselves at one end of your street and at another end of your street and tell you everywhere you're going to go, because we're creatures of habit. We go to the bank on certain days. We go to the grocery stores, certain grocery store.
Okay, you're correct on that part, but I'm going to use the case of Mr. Brian too. This man has traveled to different countries, different states, trying to escape this. And so the reason why I say it's satellite, even with GPS, GPS still goes back to satellite. That's satellite. It's all satellite. I mean, it's everything, but it's mainly satellite.
I've traveled from one end of this country to the other end of this country for a year and a half, living in my vehicle, and I had someone on my tail all the time, and even some of the places that I would show up, they would be there before I got there. Now, a GPS and a satellite did not tell them where I was going. It might tell them when I
knew
get
your
there.
pattern. They knew your pattern. And just like with mine, they know that I go to work, and so they're positioned their work. When I get home, they even know the paths I take and everything like that. But if I deviate,
that's my point. A satellite. Well, that's my point. A satellite did not give them that pattern because I could have changed my mind at any time, which, by the way, I did quite frequently, and they still were there, but they were only there because they followed.
They say they can have your brain imprint.
Yeah, well, there's also
maybe they can.
Richard, I just wanted to let you know, Miranda's a guest speaker this evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's all right.
But I had a satellite. I know it was from Russia. I know.
Who is?
So yeah, you're right. But I had two particular chips in myself, and the first 4 years I had them, I was a maniac. I mean, I couldn't sit still for 5 minutes. I'd walk out of my apartment and I just felt bombarded by everything. And I really do believe that there was, and I know it sounds crazy, but there was a Russian satellite. And when I had that one chip removed, because I know I did, I felt like that part had kind of gone away a little bit. And I don't know if one, particular chip or one particular nano or something like that could be attached to a certain satellite. But according to a lot of books that I've read that seem pretty factual, there could be a patent on a certain maybe chip and a certain amount of money paid by a certain company to own this satellite. I mean, it's not out of the question. But and you said, I agree with you, sir, when you said that there are so many, we can't put everything into just one category. Wake up with burns, what's that? And so there's just so many in these weapons that the police have. It's all tied together.
Well, there's a lot of people getting gassed. They're using gas. They're putting the nanos in the air. They're blowing it in their heat and air ducts and systems and spraying poisons on their trees and bushes. And I'm sorry, I agree that the satellites exist because I get the microwaving. I get the electromagnetic weaponry. I get everything everyone else is getting. But I'm also getting a new thing that I coined, and it sounds like, well, maybe a joke, but it's not a joke. Everyone talks about B2K. I talk about B2A. and that is boot to ass, because I get that too. I get personal, physical people coming and going from my house, doing physical, harmful things to me and my body, and I'm not the only one. There's many, many of us. The satellite exists. The satellite are real. They are true, but so is the other. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, all of it.
That's true, because I can absolutely concur with the poisoning and the gassing side of it, because it's actually a regular routine here when we have the weather close in and there's lots of rain and so on. Then I find that the perps on the ground are more prevalent, and there's less direct energy weapons from satellites. I'm not saying that the weather necessarily affects the satellites, but what I'm saying is there's something going on whereby something is not working properly, and so they need to up the ante and bring in the poisons and the pesticides and stuff like that. There's also the issue too that even if you try to escape overseas, you know, it's not necessarily the satellite following you, but the fact is the system's set up so that, you know, you are actually documented and you go to another country to escape, and you're probably, unless you went to Germany, of course, and they don't allow for stalking and so on, then you'll be picked up. If you went to Britain, it would be the same thing. But here's the thing. It's really interesting. There's a chap by the name of Ken Peartree on Facebook, and he provided once again a chart of expenses. In other words,
Bet, you need to get back where you were.
Breakdown of allocations of funding for targeted individuals. Is that better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we have this chart. That once again has come out of the woodwork, and it looks like it's a more current one that Ken Peartree has provided on Facebook. Now, I'm an accountant, by the way, so I just want to let you know where my background comes from in thinking about this. If you are able to produce a chart,
Bet, you need to move to another place. Bet. Bet, listen up.
Costing of the particular.
All right, she's offline now. From Australia to here, she gets really snooked around.
Yeah.
She had some good info.
Yeah, she does. She always does. Bet, when you speak, you need to get back to the first place that you were.
Yeah.
When you first started.
If it's the problem is that I'm hooked up to the charger at the moment, and I'm stuck in a place where I do get hit with microwave, and I'm wondering if that's affected the phone. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, just get your head.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Right now?
Yeah.
Are we okay now?
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. I don't know when I lost you. I don't know which point I lost you, but let me just repeat that.
It's just you're not making it at all, Bet.
There's this chart. It's a breakdown of the costs involved with targeting individuals, and it's quoted per thousand. Now, what about now?
You're okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're okay now, but you're really breaking up bad before.
Okay. Okay, am I okay now?
Yeah, you're okay now.
I'm okay. All right, great. Let me just, okay, I'll repeat it again. I'm sorry, guys. I do have some troubles here. Okay, so we've got this chart of a breakdown of costs involved with targeting individuals, okay, and all the particular aspects of that. And they are quoting per 1,000 TIs in the costings. Okay, now, involved in this is a contractual issue, okay, names, who's being allocated to torture who, blah, blah, blah. And so we're talking now database. We'd have to be talking database. This is, can you hear me?
Sort of.
Hello?
Yeah.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yeah, just barely, Bet.
Sort of. Yeah.
Let your phone charge up for a few minutes.
You can hear me now?
Bet, you need to figure out where you were in the beginning and then try again, because digital comes in really weird to begin with. Okay?
Yeah, I think she needs to let her phone charge. And
Yeah.
then, and yeah, because while she has it plugged in, it's not gonna get her a good reception.
Yeah.
It's creepy sounding.
So what's new, Don?
Not a whole lot new. Researching and moving forward.
Yeah.
Now, when she was talking about the, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
No, I didn't have anything important to say. I feel like you did, though. Go ahead.
No, I was inquiring about when she said that the poisoning in your home, and I had been hearing like some like hissing sound coming in through my room, and I know that they're on that list that I have. It has the aerospace contractors, and it has the nuclear contractors, and I believe it's several of them that are doing the targeting. And so if they're putting something in the home, what are they putting it through? Is it through the air ducts? Is it through the vents? Because in my room, I have been hearing like this hissing noise coming in my room.
I believe that's true. Because I get the same kind of things. Also, I'll often hear an aircraft zoom over my house, and then I'll hear something sound like a branch fall on the roof of my house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same here.
And also, anybody knows how I can get in touch with somebody to analyze some samples that I've got. I've got things that I know are like bundles of nano dust and stuff from the sky. All of the trees in this area are drooping down and dying. I mean, it's crazy how nobody even notices this stuff. But I mean, I've got all kinds of samples that I need some to have analyzed, like for confirmation proof.
I'm glad you said that, because I had noticed, and I had pointed out to my coworkers Friday or Thursday, there have been a lot of contrail planes flying, and I know I'll be seeing them wherever I'm at, but it's been a lot of them flying and spraying, and you can see it, see the chemicals dissipate in the sky as they spray and everything. And, they expand, and I even have close-up videos of it. And so I'm gonna have to start paying attention to what he just said, the trees and you know, just different environmental things to see changes. Because I did notice, me and my coworker was discussing Thursday about the differences in the sky of how the sky look now. You know, have been looking
crazy as hell, isn't it?
Mhm.
Like that's not the same sunset I grew up with.
Exactly, and that's what we were saying.
Plus, over here we're having like 2 and 3 sunsets at a time. It's crazy.
Mhm. Yeah, but I'm gonna really start paying attention to that, and yeah, because
video timestamp. You know, like whenever you see, if you got like a completely blue sky, and then all of a sudden you got parallel chemtrails starting at the same time. You know, timestamp. You know, mention what time they started at and all that good stuff. That's what I was doing. Like right before I was made aware of my targeting and everything.
Yeah.
And taking note and video of all the trees and everything. I mean, they just look sad and droopy. There's an oak tree in my backyard that's broken all the way up the side. Anyway, go ahead.
But he's very, very correct. I have to really start paying attention to that. I have been looking at the skies, and when I see them spraying in the sky, I just zoom the camera up into it and everything. But they've been so prevalent right now, and other people are seeing it too, because people at my job said they've been noticing it as well. So
all the heavy metals and the aluminum, strontium, all this that's landing down on it's killing everything, man.
Mhm.
Well, what I would more like to impose for people to do is, I've had many people along the same lines, and I've dared them to not just keep a close eye on your yard or your bushes, but to keep a close eye on your body. And I showed some ladies and told them how to fix their doors and their floors and their other stuff to find out, because, well, they were sure something was going on, but they thought it was satellites too. And now there's more people out there than I've got fingers and toes that will come on these calls and tell you, yes, someone is coming in and out of my home, and yes, someone is doing things to my body while I'm sleeping. And it happens to me every day, every night. I get gassed, I get drugged. The drugs is where I get my tendinitis from. I don't have that unless I've been drugged, and so on and so forth. But, well, keep a closer eye on your body, what they're doing there. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that everybody gets that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people out there fooled about what's going on.
Yeah, because I noticed that when I get to tinnitus, it's always coming from where my bedroom window is. That is to the right of me, because I sleep on my stomach. And it always comes to the right, which is going towards my bedroom window. And then I noticed that, like I said, me and my daughter's hair has fell out bad.
Yep, that's it. There you go, right there. That right there, Miranda, that right there is the proof of the drugs that are being put in your body and on your skin. The hair loss, that's proof right there.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna go to the naturopathic doctor, because I told them I wanted them to test my hair.
Well, let me go ahead and tell you what they're going to find if anybody looks. What they're going to find is your blood is clumping. The cells in your blood are clumping together, and it's because of the chemicals and stuff that are being imposed upon you, and they clump up near the surface of the skin. And then you got the radiation oxide coming through the air, through the smart meters and everything else. Well, radiation makes your hair fall out. It's like a chemotherapy in the air. And but that is being done to your body, and that's the things, well, in my word, that's the things that are more important to me. It's bad that my bush out here has got one side perfectly green and clean and beautiful, and the other side is dead as a doornail without a leaf on it. That's pretty bad. but I'm more concerned with me.
Yeah, and then my daughter, back during the spring, her big toe had turned completely black, the nail, and I was researching it, and it came up Morgellons. I had never heard of. I heard of Morgellons before, but I didn't know exactly what it was, and I took a picture of it, and the day that I took her to the foot doctor, they pulled the whole nail off, and it was badly, it was that bad, and they said it was some type of fungus thing, and I said fungus, you know, but I didn't get to go. I had to go somewhere, and when I came back, she was still at the doctor's office. When I came back, her appointment was done, and I forgot to go back and ask for the nail because I wanted the nail.
Let me.
And so that.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I may, this is something that I'm dealing with too, like the Morgellons, or what they're calling Morgellons. If you don't already know through your research or whatever, it's not a disease or anything like that, and it's not fungus per se. It's all the technology that your body is saturated with, or her body, whatever. And nanotechnology can run programs in your body. Like once it's in your body, it can be told to carry out a particular program of whatever kind, and it can mimic any kind of disease, fungus, bacteria, you know, whatever it's told to run. And that's happening. Like I've got the sores opening up on me and everything. It's an uphill battle, really. But yeah, just so you know, it's not what they say it is. They're always going to go to that fungal infection or something like that. Because I know several other people
because they don't. Because they don't know what it is. But if you have them while you're there, if you got somebody that'll go that far to even investigate it at all, see, it's a funny thing about the medical world. If they don't particularly have a particular thing to look for, then they don't look for it. You tell them to look. You tell them to look for manganese oxide. If they say you've got a level of manganese oxide in your body, two things you can do from there. One of them is go look at the symptoms of manganese oxide. You're going to find that a lot of the symptoms that you're having that you think is something else is coming from the manganese oxide. The fungus that they're talking about, well, they're calling it a fungus, is actually an infection, which breeds also the Morgellons and the open wounds and the other stuff. But it's coming from that manganese oxide because the level reaches a dangerous point in your body and is completely being bred from that infection. The crazy thing to try to fit into that is the one thing that you can add to the infection and to the manganese oxide to make your body like a battery is aluminum particles or nanoparticles. It turns you into a walking battery, which is easy to locate, GPS, track, or whatever else you might want to do, including sending signals to that person to make them sick or harm them or whatever. It is all connected together.
Richard, that borders on a scientific fact called cell cascading. I don't know if you were here when I went over cell cascading, but cascading is like a wave, as you know. Well, each cell in your body is like a battery, a tiny little battery. And when the surface becomes thin, the cellular layer, they start to cascade that energy. And where it ends up and what it does are two different things. But people have been complaining of like little sparks and whatnot, what they seem, but it zeroes in on one cell, exits, and disperses along the skin.
Well, so you can add the clumping of the blood to that cellular level, to cellular cascading.
Yeah, that's supposed to happen when the charge on the interior part of your veins and whatnot starts to change, because blood will only clot if it has the opposite charge that your body does.
Well, it's not actually clotting. There's a big difference in clotting and clumping.
Platelets?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So the platelets are stacking up?
That's right. They make a patty like a pancake flowing through your blood. They don't clot, because clotting, it would stop. It would just make a big clot.
Right.
But the platelet, the clumping turns into a bunch of pancakes that piles up together like a big old early morning breakfast, a bunch of pancakes stacked on top of each other, because they stick to each other.
You got a source on that so that I can
I gave it to you. I think I gave it to you guys a few weeks back. It's the Look Out for Charlie.
Okay, I remember you saying that.
Yeah. And the link, the YouTube video name is The Missing Link, manganese oxide. But if you look up the symptoms of manganese oxide in the human body, I promise you, and I don't even know you, I promise you, if you look that up, you will be shocked to the bone, simply because of the familiarity connection to manganese oxide and our symptoms.
Okay.
I'll definitely look that up. Thank you.
Yes, I will too. Can I ask you all information, like, okay, I have a family member that the doctors can't find what's wrong with him. He blacks out. Something's going on in his brain. He has seizures. He went to several brain specialists, had CAT scans and everything done. And from what I've been reading with these microwave weapons, the symptoms I see with him is what we be researching. And do you all know of many cases where there was something going on in the brain, but the doctors can't find out? I know, like with Cuba, because I referred that to my brother. But is there any source that explains how the directed microwave weapons affect the symptoms of it for the brain? That's what I want to try to find.
Is he on any type of other kind of medication, Miranda?
The stuff that they, because they can't find the answers, they gave him different medicine, which he said don't work. And I told him, I said, don't take those medicines.
Well, I have heard stories and been experienced in one particular by a person. I viewed it myself, but this lady was on a type of antidepressant. I can't remember what it was. Antidepressant, and when they targeted her because of the chemicals that was in the medication she was taking, it did something to her brain each and every time, to where she would just lose it. Nobody could control her.
Wow.
Well, he'll have seizures, blackout, can't remember.
That's pretty much every day here.
And you know, it really affects, and no doctor, he's been to several, no doctor can find what the cause is. And because of that reason, I told him about the microwave weapons, and you know, him being a male, you know, didn't want to hear that they could be attacking him with that. But I kept telling him, I said, this is exactly what happened in Cuba and in China, and so I really do believe that they are targeting my brother as well.
Well, they probably are, simply because they're targeting you. They do target a lot of family members, especially if you and him are close. I'd also like to add in there to Frank and the guys about the manganese oxide thing. Here's the big question. I like questions. Albert Einstein said himself that all the answers of the universe are out there. You just have to answer. You just got to ask the right question to connect that. But the question here on the manganese oxide is, how did the government know to spray particles of aluminum in the air if they did not know about our fungus and our manganese oxide? How did they know that? They already knew what was in us, and they already knew what they had to add to turn us into batteries.
It's funny you should say that. The minute jet engines came out, we were subject to aluminum because it was used to lubricate the turbines and actually help to cool them too.
That's right. Well, y'all gonna remember me saying this, I hope. But I honestly believe that all of this is going on because of something the government has done into the past, and now they're trying to cover it up or get rid of it or get rid of us, because they are liable for what is happening to us, and that's why they're doing it in such great secrecy, and everybody's trying to hide it and cover it up. Because I finally figured something out, guys. I kept thinking, why can't I say the right words to make people listen to me? Why can't I approach them in the right way to get there? Because I've never been a liar. Why are they not paying me any mind? Well, it finally occurred to me that it's not that they don't believe me. It's that they already know about it, and I'm not supposed to be included in the deal.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Not good, but it makes sense.
Well, it did to me because the people around me acted. I went to people that I knew, telling people that I'm being attacked, telling people that I'm being experimented on, telling people that I'm being tortured, and they don't respond, they don't react at all. No. Not my friends, not my buddies. They were approached. They were told something, and they were told not to get involved or not to respond or just act like they didn't know what I was talking about. And even the doctors and the cops and anybody else that might be involved, they already know what we're going through. Of course, that's just a theory, but.
Okay, I was just wondering.
So basically, they're putting the manganese oxide. They're putting it in our food and everything.
No, the manganese oxide is produced by the infection. It's produced by the infection, the type it is. When it grows and it multiplies, it creates on its own manganese oxide inside your body.
You may be referring to the nano. Nano is everywhere. Nano is all over the food, all over. That's pretty much unavoidable at this point. So.
Well, actually, if you think about nanos. Nanos can replicate.
Exactly, yeah.
Or they can do away with. They can go in your body and correct a wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And that would include an infection. Yeah, that would include an infection. That would include manganese oxide. So that's even more proof.
Packaging, all this AI and nanotechnology, to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what we can do with AI. Imagine what this medical nanotechnology can do, and all this stuff. And see, I'm all about some positive things being done with technology, but I'd rather not have any technology at all for all the evil things that are being done with it.
Well, how would you have liked the opportunity, Don, to have been standing at the airport when the first plane cranked up and you just said, well, hey guys, wait a minute, y'all can't spray that aluminum in the air because there's a lot of us out here sick with an infection that creates manganese oxide, and if you throw those aluminum particles in the air, you're just going to turn us all into batteries.
So I don't think I could scream loud enough, Richard.
Well, I'll be helping you, buddy.
I know you would. Is Miranda still on talk?
Yes, she is. She certainly is.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was reading the looking up articles on the manganese oxide.
That's what I'm fixing to do.
And so, because I've never heard of it, but I just know that there are several nuclear contractors on that list. And so, I guess that'll be my next. This is so time consuming, but that'll be my next research, because I've been looking at the aerospace and military part of the list. I haven't delved into the nuclear and the agricultural part of that list. And it's a very long list, and once you delve into it, it leads you to everything.
Is this list like downloadable or
you can go to Illinois Smart State Blockchain Initiative, and when you go to that, you will hit on the IDC white papers or UI Labs, and when you go to when you click on each one of those, you hit the partners, and those are the partners of the state of Illinois and the Department of Defense military complex, basically. And it's the military complex.
Okay. Thank you.
Apparently,
and it just lays out everything regarding the targeting that we all experience. But the list is so long. I mean, it has military researchers, research labs, military research universities, military biomedical funded institutions, technology institutions, STEM institutions, the contractors, aerospace, nuclear. I mean, it has everything that's pertaining to our targeting. But the list is so long, it's so hard for me to get through it, because when you go into research, you delve into more and more. You're clicking on each link from each part.
What was the site again? I'm sorry, I've tried to write it down, but it wasn't quick enough.
The Illinois Smart State Blockchain Initiative. And when you go on that, you can you should see IDC white papers or UI Labs, and you click on one of those, or it may have Smart City Council, and you click on one of those, and then it'll take you to their site, and then hit partners, and it'll give you the list that I'm talking about. It's very long. It's all federal, related to federal and the military.
Okay, thank you much.
It's daunting how far and wide this program has gotten, how complicated, how much money is involved, and you know, trying to. I mean, how do you dissuade those people from taking contracts at this point when they're making so much money and it just keeps growing?
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem I see.
But you know what? On this list, it has Fortune 500 companies. So, you know, these people got money. It's for, like I said, it's for research purposes. And I do believe that some are doing it for fun as well. But it's several different entities involved. And, you know, they always mention the names of the ones. Somebody named Mo is running the experimentation on me. So they all answer the Mo. And they all said that, yes, it's the B2K. They always name it the names, and it's been that way for the last 2 years. The first few months of my targeting.
Yeah, your personal targeting, I get.
Yeah, and the first few months they were imitating my coworkers, trying to make it sound like it was the coworkers' voices, and they even use one of the coworkers' voice to this day. But they always it sounds like young people answering to higher authorities. And they're always asking Mo, they always call me the B word and say she's boring, she's different, you know, and stuff like that. And asking Mo, could they, you know, just move on or whatever, and the Mo person won't let them. And somebody named Frank, that's, I believe, somebody named Frank and Mike and Dave. They called someone named Yodi. Now I do remember it was last month, me and my coworkers was walking, and she saw a lady. It was a black lady in a black car. It looked like a Chrysler 500. But she was in a black car, and my coworker thought the lady was staring at her. The lady was staring at her mean. And I told you they ride past my job, and they'll sit there. They even had the little stumps where they have the vehicles that look alike but be abandoned, sitting in the parking lot. And you know, like I said, if they did that to somebody that don't know their workings, don't know their manual, and haven't researched the way I did, that probably would scare somebody, but it didn't. I took pictures of it. But it was like two of the same old looking pickup trucks that were in the parking lot, on different ends of the parking lot, had stuff inside the trucks, but no one was in there. And I said, oh, this is one of their little stunts. And then it was SUVs that look alike, and now it's dark black tinted windows that ride past. But it was a black lady that was in the car that was looking at us while we were walking, very mean, and my coworker thought it was her. I didn't see the lady's face, but I know it had to be somebody that's part of the experimentation.
Gee, hi. I'm calling from the Northeast here. I'm just curious. You don't have to give the name of the organization, but was it a profit or a nonprofit?
It's public. The public aid office. Department of Human Services.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing your story, and hope it works out.
Yeah, like I said, it all began when the governor that we have partnered with this military complex. He refuses to give us our state workers our due diligence for step increases and raises that we are owed. But he did agree to the federal agencies that are in Illinois. They all got their rates. So he's about everything federal. Everything federal. So, you know, I really do believe that he agreed for, you know, because my coworkers, they will walk around and only do like 1 or 3 cases a day when the targeting started with me, and nothing was ever done. Nothing was ever done or anything. And there is no way you can do that. Even though we don't have a quota, but still, there's no way you can do that. And doing a 7.5 day, well, basically just 6 hours and 45 days. 45 minutes. You're only doing 1 to 3 cases, and it was ridiculous. And they were able to do that every day from 8:30 to 5. So they were given permission by somebody high up.
Okay. Hey, Frank?
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Oh, much better, thanks. Much better.
Good? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I just had a bout with a bad flu shot.
I know. Yeah, those things.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're better now.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah. So yeah, I just, because of my situation, I really always now recommend that people don't get the flu shots, but even if they don't, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Like you said, they're pouring stuff on us and putting stuff in our foods and everything else. So, I mean, it's just inevitable. They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
Miranda, did they steal your property too?
No, but like last month, I came home from work. My neighbor, here's a good story. When I moved into the apartment I'm in now, there was a lady that stayed in the apartment next door to me. She ended up moving out, and there's a gentleman that stays next door to me all of a sudden. Mm-hmm. And, you know, he speaks and I speak and stuff like that, but it just was a little peculiar to me. And then every time I go outside, me and my daughter noticed that there's this young female that comes out, and she's always walking her dog. I know that that's part of the protocol. She walks the dog. It looks like the target dog. That's what it looks like. And every time we go outside, whether I'm leaving for work or anything, she comes outside acting like she's letting the dog go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. And it just was happening too much and stuff. So I asked my daughter, and even my daughter noticed it. And I said, I said, yeah. I said, I gotta watch her and stuff, so like that. So I zoomed in on her license plate, and it just was and she's always carrying a phone when she's doing it. It has this smirk on her face, and so So it's just very peculiar to me because she wasn't even staying there before when I moved over here, and so it's just very peculiar. And then it's a guy around the block from me that I see him in my community when I go to work, driving past my job. He drives a white, it's a cream Chrysler 300. And I see the guy everywhere I go. Mm-hmm. So he did it one day while I was out doing my lunch break walk, and I took the camera. He had to stop at a red light. I took the camera, zoomed in, and got his license plate. And and I just kept doing my walking. And you know, so they really, really been trying like little things with me. They, like he said, like the gentleman mentioned earlier, they make noises on my roof. It'd be like loud thumping sounds. And like one day I ran outside. I was doing overtime on the weekend. They did it, and I ran outside, saw the plane going past me, and I couldn't get the shot. And that's the first time and then when I got to work that was the first time I saw the red and white helicopter. It was waiting, came out of the cloud, lunged over the job so that I could see it very low. But it flies fast. The helicopters do fly fast. So when they did it last week to me and stuff, it flew fast, but I was able to get it because they got so low and but flew fast. And my angle of the camera wasn't good to zoom in on the tail, but I don't think it was a number on the tail.
Were you inside or outside the building when you said it?
I didn't see any numbers.
I was getting out. Huh?
I didn't see any numbers in your video either.
Yeah, I didn't see any numbers, and so I don't know who it belongs to or whatever. But I did research red and white
Coast Guard
military helicopters. Yes, and it's the it's the National Guard and Coast Guard. And so that's what I found, and I was like, okay. And I remember when I talked to the DOD inspector. He recommended that I contact the National Guard here in town or call the police. Then last week when I talked to the Chicago FAA office regarding the helicopters and planes, because they really was coming so much at me that I was just tired of it. And so I contacted them, and the gentleman that called me back said, so who, he played the little psychological game. So who's following you? I said, sir, I got proof that is occurring. And he said, well, I recommend you contact your police department. So I lied to him and I said, well, I already did. And he said, well, who did you talk to? And I said, that's irrelevant. And he was like, which one did you go to? I changed the subject on them, and I'm like, okay, so you know good and well what's going on. So evidently it's coming somewhere up in Chicago, and you don't want to admit it. So I went to call the Washington, I think it was Washington FAA, and they gave me a number because I didn't want to deal with the Chicago one, because if I'm doing it within the state, I figured they'd probably be covering. So I called the U.S. FAA, and I got a ticket number. The lady took my information, and I told her, I said, you know what, if they want to see my documents and videos and witnesses, I said, I can give them that. I said, I'm not going to call you all without any proof. And she was the total opposite from the gentleman that I spoke to in Chicago. So they were trying to set me up to go to the police station, and the whole setup. So I didn't fall for it.
Yeah, that's what they do. They did that to me all last year.
Yeah. And then it was like, so who did you talk to? And I said, that's irrelevant.
Well, I commend you for speaking up and doing so in a way that didn't prevent you from presenting what you know to be true, because the truth will prevail, I think.
Yeah, it will prevail, and I have faith in that. Like I said, whatever God's plan for me to get out and reveal what I found and why it's connected to my target, because I know they did it to probably other employees and other people. A person that I talked to in the media, me and him had a conversation. He only talked to his staff about what's going on. But yet somebody called his office and told him that they wanted him to send that they talked to me and they wanted him to send the SD card that I had that showed the helicopters and the planes flying over me at my job. And this is a different video, different card, Frank, from what I've sent to you. and this person has it, and they lied and said that they talked to me and wanted them to send the card to Springfield. So he called me because he didn't feel comfortable about it. He said, "You know what? Did you talk to someone in Springfield?" I said, "No." He said, "Someone called stating that they wanted me to send your card to Springfield." I said, "I never talked to anyone in Springfield," and I said, "That's part of their psyops." I said, "So they're trying to get you to give my evidence," and so luckily he caught on to it and everything. But yeah, they're really trying, because I have the evidence that I have. They're really trying to come at me in every way.
Well, if I just might say, I think we should all, I just think this is criminal activity, and whether it's private, it's corporate, it's all criminal. And to think that someone can get away with something because it's contracted by or for the government, anyone involved in that should know that it's illegal and it's criminal. And
because they are the government. I'm sorry.
Well, I have to laugh at these activities being umbrellaed under a so-called program, or calling it a program. It's criminal activity. It's people who get together in groups, and if you form a company or a corporation or a group of people and give it a name, it suddenly becomes legal. I say no. And
well, the reason why they do everything covert is because they know it's illegal. They know it, but because they are government officials, they think they are above the law, and that they won't get caught, and that they are protected because of it's the no snitch thing. It's so if anybody whistleblowers against them, that's why they're attacked.
They're not ashamed of it.
Well, there is something called the RICO Act, and that started in the early 70s, and it's a way of tracing money and activity by taxes, paying taxes, or avoiding paying taxes. And it's a nice thing.
It goes all the way back. It's not a new thing. It's not a new thing. And but like I said, to them, they're above the law. We are little people to them.
And that's exactly what's going to be their weakness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you have enough so-called little people that get out there and vote, that can make a change. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Well, I agree with you on that. But also I think that because if this wouldn't have happened to me, I wouldn't be paying attention to the government and what they're doing and everything like I am now. So a lot of people, we all are going about our lives and not paying attention to what's going on in our government.
Right.
We're paying for these wars. We're paying their salary. They're making all these legislative laws that we don't even know about, with loopholes in it and everything. We're thinking that they're protecting us and everything. It ain't even about us. They can care less about us. It's about power, money, and power.
And the best thing about and what you're talking about is that how assertive that you are whenever you decide to take an action on something. And I think that's the way everybody needs to be, because we are not in the wrong. We are not crazy. We need to tell them that we need to make everything as a matter of fact as we can. You know what I mean?
What do you?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What do you guys think about Deagle's depopulation page? Have you looked at that?
I haven't seen it.
Deagle.com, I think it is. Yeah, it shows the United States dropping 2/3 of its population by 2025.
There's a video that features Julian Assange at the beginning talking about smart dust, and there's some leaked footage behind it, and like a little small group where they're showing there's a presentation being done about the VMAT2 gene or whatever, and how they're going to vaccinate everybody unknowingly. Anyway, it really pissed me off whenever I saw the video. But if you look at it, it's just type in like Julian Assange smart dust or something.
Okay.
Is that the one where that's the last thing you hear from him? Because
yeah, that's the way it looks on the script or the title of the video. But,
he hasn't been heard of since. Heard from.
He hasn't. Like that's. I've actually never even been like on WikiLeaks, and I've never even paid too much attention to Julian Assange. Not like purposefully or anything. But yeah, I mean that may have been like one of the first few videos that I've seen having anything to do with Julian Assange.
Yeah, he stole his information from a very, very old form of communication, and it's called a cable. Now, during World War II, they sent cables. Well, the United States just kept sending cables, and they were sending them right to Julian Assange, you know. So it's an old form of communication that they thought was so far below the radar that they could use it. Old tech, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. I got you. Like the transatlantic cable.
Yeah.
Communication.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we'll send somebody a cable. All right, yeah. Julian's on the other end.
Maybe we should use telegraph.
I'm thinking of seriously about using
paper cups and string. Maybe that would be low tech enough.
Oh, the government would have nanodust in the string or something. No. How about typewriters? Typewriters. People are going back to fax.
Yeah.
A lot of people. Yeah. Typewriters.
Well, I think we've gotten too far into the electronic.
Yeah.
If anything happens, if there's an EMP, people are not going to be able to do a lot of things that they take for granted right now. And
people don't even know what they can do as human beings because they, every electronics do everything for them these days. People don't even know the blood around them every day when they walk to and from, out of the house or whatever because they got their nose buried in a screen all day.
Yeah, well, and it's bad for the kids too because the kids come home from school and the first thing they do is, "Can I go on the computer?" And it's like, and they're on. If you leave them there, they'll be on there till midnight. So that shows you how easily someone can become addicted to.
Very easily.
Yeah.
And people really have to like detox from their electronics. Like there was a year that I lived, just on the road in the woods, in my truck, whatever, and just being away from all the electronics and not, just not being consumed by all that stuff. You'd be so surprised at how peaceful life can be.
Yeah.
I wish I could get back there, but now it seems more necessary than ever for the research and whatnot. That's the only reason why I've even got a screen anymore.
Yeah, I'll trash them all when this is over and go live in the woods. I will. When this is over, I'm going to get a log cabin somewhere and an old cook stove, and that's how I'm going to live. Because I hate this stuff. I really do.
That's the best way to live.
Speaking of when it's over, I wonder if some of the people who do this kind of thing are thinking or have their passports and their visas and they think they're just going to leave the country, whichever country they're in, and then go to another country and then, they're not going to be prosecuted. But, as long as they have to, they have their own electronic trails and, if they have anything to do with the United States, then there are records. So, they're going to, it's not going to be as easy for them as I think as they think.
Nobody's getting out. They're in it. They're in it deep.
Yep.
There's no place to go.
The choice
They might
we
go
already have.
underground, but they're going to be heavily monitored underground, and they're going to want daylight, and they're going to want fresh air if they go down there for any length of time. And if they go out to outer space, they're going to want to come back to Earth too, because astronauts do not do well in outer space very long. They lose muscle tone. They need gravity. They're tied into these tiny little spaces with machines around them all the time. And they have to come home, you know? So there really isn't any place for them to go if they want to still be human.
Well, they might think they can bounce from island to island or something every few years, you know.
No, that doesn't change it.
Have y'all heard of have y'all heard what Elon Musk says about like transhumanism and singularity and all that stuff? Like what he's talking about, the AI.
I haven't heard it. What did he say?
Yeah.
Well, type that into your YouTube search and everything. Now, there's some that have just been kind of made public and everything, you know, equating him with the New World Order and all. But I've seen a lot of interviews where he's talked, like every interview that he's in, he brings it up. Like this is a scared man. Like, he is in fear of all this. Like whenever he's talking, he is serious about the calamity that's coming. You know, as far as AI. Not to like scare everybody, I'm just saying. Why did we ever turn Skynet on in the first place? You know.
And he's a futurist too. I mean, does he outline? You know, can you give us like a basic outline of like what he expects to happen?
Well, he's saying the only way that humankind will eventually have the option of still existing is by merging with technology. Because I mean, already the AI that's been unleashed is deemed humankind obsolete, you know. But yeah, I really can't put it like he could, like he does. But it's really stuff that we all really kind of already understand, being targets.
Well, you know, they might like think it's inevitable and it's something that is going to happen. And
I don't think things inevitable for the most part, anyway.
No, it isn't. It isn't. You know, and it's the same.
And we'll overcome these things.
You know, wanting to determine what a large number of others do, and if you give them that, they'll take it. But it isn't going to be that easy for them, because it just isn't right, among other things. Them, I think.
Right. Yeah. Well, and it may have been a bad idea to really even like kind of bring that up on the phone, like so many people who just maybe.
It's fine. It's fine. We need to know stuff like this.
Miranda.
You got to be realistic.
Technology. I mean, technology has been in the wrong hands for a long, long time. You know, no matter how much good that you want to do with technology these days, they're doing way too much evil with it. You know.
Yeah, they made it into their god. You know, and they worship technology as if it was going to save them from everything.
Yeah.
And they wanted to control everywhere.
Like the younger generation and stuff, I feel so bad for because it's kind of like they don't have a chance because, you know, I mean, they're kind of born into this kind of world, you know, where
I know. Imagine your son.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine your son.
That's why my kid's gonna be homeschooled. That's why my kid's gonna be raised knowing right from wrong, knowing what's real, and knowing not to trust anything that comes off the television screen. You know, I'm going to teach my son who we are in relation to the earth and nature and everything else, and you know how God created it all. You know how God is us all. You know, but
yeah,
I think it's few and far between even to find people who have a decent amount of respect these days, let alone, you know, can look at the next person who is really in need of something, and be able to sacrifice that stuff, you know. And so, you know, while we've got integrity, we need to kind of replicate it as much as we can, I think.
Yeah. Do you have children now, Don?
Just one little boy who will be 2 on the 15th next
so
month.
young. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah. He's a
John,
handful.
do you detox?
I do. Well, what kind of detox are you talking about specifically? Just like in general?
Internal or outside? Out.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've kind of put a lot of focus on it. But yeah, I mean, I take the magnesium bath, like we were talking about the other day.
Okay.
I also do hydrogen peroxide protocols, turpentine protocols, things of that sort.
What do you take internally?
Turpentine, hydrogen peroxide.
Oh, you take the turpentine. You're the first person I know that take it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's good?
Oh, it's not. It works. I mean, it works wonders, but it's rough at first. Like it's enough to make anybody like think twice about it, you know. I mean, it's just rough. It just I don't know how to explain it. It's like an execution of bad things within your body, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you take the turpentine, I mean, is that liquid? Is it pure?
Yeah, it's
liquid.
Pure. It's pure gum spirits turpentine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically like pine oil, basically like a pine essential oil, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, used as a what you call it, people use it as like a paint thinner, and you know, you're
okay.
Yeah, and like older generations, you know, like our great grandparents, whatever. Like this is one of the things, you know, they would have in their medicine cabinets, you know.
Yeah. My grandmother, yeah.
And these are things that work, man.
Okay, and so you actually, how much do you take?
There's some protocols you can find if you'd like. Frank can give you my email, and I'll email some information about it if you like.
Okay.
Yeah, just send me an email, and I'll send you some PDFs or whatever.
Okay. What do you think about apple cider vinegar?
Apple cider vinegar, I'm a fan. But really, like in terms of what, like taking it internally, I take it internally. Yeah. I take the apple cider vinegar internally, and I use white vinegar for my bath.
Okay. Yeah, because I haven't I haven't delved into the detoxing since like the winter, and I bought that detox pill. But I think I'm gonna start back detoxing.
That's a good idea. I need to do it too. It's been a minute since I've actually really put in a whole lot of thought into doing it, which I think is kind of by design. Mm-hmm. But you know, yeah. I can pretty much swear by these things like vinegar and turpentine, and also hydrogen. I need to say this too. Hydrogen peroxide therapy can do wonders for your mind. Okay, like the cloudiness and stuff that we get, just the foggy, zombie-like kind of mood that we can get in, things like that.
What do you do? You drink it?
Yeah. Food-grade hydrogen peroxide, which if you're like me. Go ahead.
100%? Or
that's 34%, I think. Food grade's 34%. And if you're like me and can't really afford to go and buy food grade hydrogen peroxide all the time, you can actually make it yourself. And Tony Pantelleresco has a demonstrational video of it, but it's real simple. You can go get the basic brown bottles of hydrogen peroxide from the store, look on the label, make sure it doesn't have stabilizers in it. No stabilizers. That's the right bottle. You take it and you freeze it, and then once you freeze it, you pour the still liquefied hydrogen peroxide into a bottle or whatever, or strain it out, because the water will freeze and the hydrogen peroxide will not.
Oh.
It's also been found. It's also been found to destroy cancer cells. Hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah. It's been found to destroy just about everything, because disease and all these things that are foreign to our bodies cannot live in high concentrations of oxygen, or in a high oxygen environment. I mean,
right.
And also, we on a daily basis, we're not breathing in near the amounts of oxygen that our body needs to reproduce. Itself properly from the air being so small.
Especially if
does
we're
it say
being.
on the bottle? Does it say on the bottle no stabilizers somewhere? Because I have not seen that. Or where do you get the kind without stabilizers?
Okay, well, the bottles, if they have stabilizers in it, it will say so. Like I believe right at the very top.
Really? Okay. And it won't say no stabilizers. It'll just say if it does have stabilizers.
Right. If it has stabilizers, it'll say so. And if it doesn't, it's just water and hydrogen peroxide.
Okay, because that's an easy way to distill it. And then, do you know what the percentage is when you take that H2O2 off the top? What percentage of purity is that?
Actually a good bit stronger than actual food grade. It's more around, I want to say it's closer to like 60%, but then it really kind of depends on how frozen it is and how much water you actually get back in there. And so whenever you use your final product or whatever, you definitely have to dilute. Like me, my protocol whenever I start is I start off, because I've done it before, I've started off with 5 drops out of a little dropper of hydrogen peroxide in a full glass of water. And I don't suggest people start off with 5 drops either. Like maybe start off with 2, and you do it like 2, maybe 3 times a day if you're daring. And then every day you keep that same schedule and you just add a drop to it every day. So like the next day it'll be like 3 drops, 3 drops 2 or 3 times a day, and the next day 4, and so on and so forth. And then whenever you get up to take drinking the like 10 or 11 drops at a time, you really start to notice some changes, some progress.
Yeah, because
I'm
I've
gonna have
done
to try that.
Absolutely,
I've done that, and it gets bitter it gets harder to drink when it gets more bitter. So I do maybe 2 to 4 drops if I need it, but after that it tastes kind of yucky. Yeah.
It does have a taste to it. But hey,
you can put it in your bath also. You can put it in your bath. It'll absorb into your skin in your bath.
Right.
Yeah, that's good. I like to put it sometimes in a spray bottle with water.
Yep.
To mist the air around me, like because of the chemtrails and stuff.
I do that too, and also want to say, like, whenever I feel myself starting to get sick, like with cold or something like that, I'll put some in a bottle, dilute it a little bit and spray it in the back of my throat, and that usually seems to put in the bottle.
You can gargle with it too. Yeah, I've made mouthwash with hydrogen peroxide and pure water or filtered water. and that works really well, you know. And also reach the teeth. Yeah.
With all the things they're putting in the air and that we're breathing in and absorbing into our skin, that reduces our oxygen level considerably. And yeah,
this is like super oxygenating your cells. And if you think about it, like every 6 to 7, 8 years, whatever, every one of our, like somewhere around 63 trillion cells in our body reproduce. So like literally we're like a whole different body, you know, every 6 to 8 years. And so if you were to keep oxygenating your cells this way, you would have absolutely properly reproduced and healthy cells. And I mean, I can't imagine right now at this point, like just how young people look, how lively and how full of energy people can be, you know, if we maintain that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because your body, the oxygen that we breathe every day is not nearly a sufficient amount, you know, for any cells in our body. And
I think the reason that a lot of TIs have so much muscle pain is because the muscles are not taking in enough oxygen and releasing the lactic acid. That's just one of my theories, but you know how it is when you work out a lot, if you don't get the lactic acid flushed, you have a lot of muscle pain the next day. Well, I think it has a lot to do with the oxygen intake exchange. And so if we are able to do that, we might not have as much pain.
Well, I think all the elements that we have is, especially, I mean, just like natural elements, you know, most of these things can go away. Like, I alternate my protocols. Like whenever I do a turpentine protocol, I'm not doing hydrogen peroxide, and whenever I'm doing hydrogen peroxide, and like turpentine really. I hear a feedback in my own voice. Weird. Yeah, like turpentine is so effective and so strong that like I'm really only doing that for like I only do that here in the
Paula, your mic's open.
You know. Like the hydrogen peroxide is something that you can just do every day.
Yeah,
you want to. Oh yeah, this is important. Whenever you're doing hydrogen peroxide therapy, you don't want to have anything in your stomach whenever you do it. So you want to give yourself like an hour before, an hour after of a window. You know, so like 3 solid hours. And in the middle of that, you want to do your therapy, because whatever's in your stomach that can react to hydrogen peroxide will react.
Okay, that's good to know. I've noticed that if I put too many drops in the water, I feel nauseous, and you know.
Yeah. And definitely use distilled water too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good to know. But I still recommend for people to get a clean spray bottle, put hydrogen peroxide and water in it, and use it as a mister if they're getting chems, or if they have chemtrails that day. In fact, I'm going to do that right after this.
I
sanitize all my chemtrails today.
Sanitize all my stuff.
Yeah, you see that white powdery stuff, you don't want to breathe that in. I think that's what I'm going to do after this. We had chemtrails yesterday and today, so I'm really not happy about it, but I had to go out, use the car, you know, deal with it, but try to avoid it as many times as I can. And
some days I notice like there won't be like a trail in the sky, no clouds, and then like at one point during the day there'll be just one trail, and that one trail will eventually land right over my house.
Oh no.
Another thing that I found by accident, actually, because it was shipped to me by accident, was magnesium oil.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
A lot of people like rub it on their arms and stuff, and their heads. You can get it at Amazon.
Magnesium oil. Right on. Good info. I'm on Amazon.
I put that in my tub too, Frank.
Do you? Oh, great, Paul.
Yeah.
Magnesium oil?
Yeah.
Right on.
It tells you on the bottle.
Dawn,
And I take magnesium.
Yeah, I do too.
yeah, it's very brain healthy. Dawn, can you send me a recipe for your mineral spirits? Which is what it actually is.
Oh,
Turpentine?
Are you talking about the protocol?
Yeah, protocol for the turpentine and
Yeah.
hydrogen peroxide.
Hey, is this a conference call thing? Can we can't share things like that over like links and stuff. I mean, like PDFs, like download links and stuff.
I can open up a lot of sharing capabilities. Let me see. I'd have to go to the website itself. You see, this is a call right here where I basically know everybody that's here. Another night, yeah, on a Wednesday night, when there's like 170 or 70 people or something like that, it gets a lot harder, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was gonna say somebody just posted on in the chat or whatever the turpentine mixture.
Oh, okay, I see.
But I will find. I've got a whole like booklet full of information about it that I'll send you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, could you send me an email so that I got yours, and I'll send it. I'll send you a link, or I'll attach it to that.
All right, good. Not a problem.
Don, I meant to call you to open up that link you told me about.
Did you get you a Dropbox?
Yeah, I forgot to do. I was trying to work on this letter. I got to talk to you about it. That's why I was so upset.
Okay, it's no worries. Just give me a holler tomorrow if you got some time.
Okay.
Somebody's decided to tear paper. Oh. You ever seen anybody do that? Somebody has this affinity for tearing paper. They have to sit there.
What was that movie, The Length of Years?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty creepy.
Damn straight. Don, are you getting our newsletter? Because it's going out.
I don't think so.
Check your spam folder.
Okay.
You know what? I didn't get mine, and I was looking for it, so I didn't get it.
It should be in your spam folder.
Okay.
It should be, but for some reason, because I'm using this service to send them, I don't know. Google seems to think that the service is like a virus or something. It dumps everything into spam. I don't know. But eventually it will get to you.
Oh yeah, I already know. I'm pretty done with Google as much as I can be.
Where it says spam or junk mail, just click on that, and then you'll probably see. Well, how long have you been on the email list? Probably a month or better.
Talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, or something like that.
Yeah, so you should have at least 4 newsletters. And I used to send 3 conference call updates a week. I stopped doing that because I said to myself, well, I'm sending out the conference call list on Sunday, so why, I'll just text everybody the way I was used to, you know?
Right. Have to go back to primitive means.
Yeah. Yeah, I can auto text and just dump all the numbers into this company's machine, but I don't want to pass out numbers like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
So I don't do that.
It does seem like every time that I do like give out my number like over the air or whatever you call, the next day I'll get a whole bunch of phony calls.
Oh, there's a number of people that communicate with me by snail mail and sealed up, like bomb-proof almost.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I like to do. That's how I send all of my processes and everything. Like if I'm sending letters, anything important, I do certified or registered.
Yep. Return receipt requested.
Right. Put my fingerprint on everything.
Yeah, put your wax seal on it. Unfortunately, I won't stay there.
That's what I want to get. I just want an old school wax, tamper proof or evident, whatever.
Yeah.
I just been taping the shit up out of it and using my little rubber stamp that I got, put my fingerprint in the middle of that and signing in gold ink across where you seal it, and putting a postage stamp on it too.
Cool.
That's just what I do.
Okay, Frank, I'm gonna get off the call. I have to get up at 6.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miranda.
I thank you all for the information. And,
Miranda, before you go, can you take my email down? Before you go, this is Paula. I asked Frank for your number so many times. Can you take my email down and send me your number, please?
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, and Paula, if you need to, you can call me tonight. I didn't mean to say not call me tonight or anything. If you need to, call me.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Paula. Okay. What's your email?
P as in Paula, D as in boy, A as in apple, and 2 N's as in Nancy, 2. ISTER 19 at Yahoo.
Okay. And okay, I will contact you tomorrow. And
okay, thank
Don, if you can, as well, you can get my information from Frank, because I would love to get the links that you were talking about.
Okay.
And also, the lady that was on earlier, I don't know if she got back on the phone. What was her name? She had the bad reception.
UK, lady from UK.
Yeah.
Was it Bet? Was it Bet, Frank? Oh no, Bet's from.
No, wasn't Catherine.
No, Bet's from Australia, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because she had some good information, and I just wanted to get where she found her information from.
Yeah, she did.
You'll find that the information that comes out that goes to Australia and the UK is very much different than the information that we get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she made some good points because it is all global information we need to be looking up. So, but like I said, it's so time consuming. It is.
It very much is. It's like it's taking your whole life out of you. You don't have a chance for nothing else.
Yeah. But I often be wondering, do we, even though we have all this new technology and stuff that they're using, but they're still, we still need to research global policy and stuff from our history as well.
Right. Get a big picture perspective of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but with that said, I thank you all for all the information. I appreciate it. I wish I had more energy today. I have swamped myself out with research and working, and it's just I've tired myself out. But yeah, and so if I'll be on next time again, and hopefully be more energetic and stuff. But I enjoy all the information. It opened my eyes up to some more research that I need to go into. So I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Miranda.
Thank you.
And
Thank
Frank,
you, Miranda.
Thank you as always. No problem. And I'll give you email tomorrow.
Okay.
And Don,
Thank
you
you.
can get my information from Frank as well. Okay.
Okay, Miranda. God bless.
All right. You guys take care. Okay.
Okay.
Night.
Hey, be safe.
Miranda.
Bye. Bye.
She's very nice. Very, very nice woman. She's really tired tonight. She, the first time she was on, she was really snapping. She had some sleep. She was really tired tonight, and consequently, she was off her game. She told me so, but she's really sharp. She does researching all day, and that's all she does.
Yeah, I can relate. It takes it out of you.
Yeah, someone like Patrick too. Patrick researches a lot.
Yeah, like Patrick's information, like Richard's information.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good, like intelligent people out, in our community and stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to start posting my documents.
I think that's why some people are targeted, because they're a threat for figuring things out, being creative, problem solving, putting pieces together.
I know I am, because they keep stealing my evidence.
Okay, what do you want? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, anybody that I meant to catch Miranda before she got off, but anybody that wants my number is welcome to call anytime.
All right. Yes, I like that.
Wait, Richard, wait. I'm getting a pen. Wait.
I'd like it too, Frank, or whoever.
Yeah, Richard, mine's 508-857.
Oh, hold on, Frank. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
You called me
the train is
off guard.
about to leave. Hold on.
All right, let's do Frank first.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Frank.
508
508
857 8334.
8334.
Yeah.
All right. And mine is. You got it, Paula?
Yes.
Okay. 919-252-1103.
Okay, I'm going to plug it in.
And that's a cell phone,
Thank you.
I bet, huh?
Yeah, it's cell phone. And I do have another number to a smartphone. If you guys call me, I'll give you that number, and we can share the stuff more easily. This is just a cell phone, and I use it to try to do a little bit of blocking from giving out the other numbers and stuff. But 2 phones, it helps. And but like I said, I sleep during the day most of the time. In the morning, because of my targeting, I'm usually up all night, which I guess you guys already know that. But anytime after 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 7 o'clock the next morning, I am available.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good.
You can call to pick on me or let me pick on you, or for whatever reason, it don't matter.
We can call if we just want to vent and yell and scream.
Yes, ma'am. You call and cuss and stomp and throw stuff and whatever you want to do. And I'll sit here and go Paula, go Paula, go Paula.
Well, I should have called you today then.
Yeah, go Paula. Yeah. Well, that's what TIs should be doing for TIs. Whatever. I mean, any little piece of part. If you spill some milk on the floor and you want to cheer up a little bit, sit down, call somebody, you know, for a few minutes or whatever, an hour, or, you know, just somebody to talk to.
Yeah, exactly. I talked Don's ears off the other night.
Well, the funny thing is we all get in that range where we're just obliviated. We are no energy, no hope, no, and I do too. I mean, we all get that, and then we have the other times where we can stand and strut a little bit and shake our tail feathers some, and that's the help from each other we need, because we all have our different days.
Exactly.
Good days and the bad days.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we'll get through them.
Yeah, we will. It's coming, right, Frank? It's coming. Exposure.
Sure is. Yep. I still would like to have the source material on that China going to war with us or something like that Beth had, but she'll probably mail it.
Oh, okay.
I talked to Ashley today. She's in rough shape. Her granny just died, and her father just got a bad report on his X-ray, and he's under chemo. And her dog died, I guess. Dog or cat? I can't remember which. So she's
oh boy.
Yeah, she's getting all the bad stuff all at once. Yeah. So she said she's staying away from the calls for a while. She said she might poke her head in tonight, but I didn't see her, and I didn't think she was, because she's just hammered with everything.
Yeah. It's crazy. One thing behind another.
Okay, Paul, I'm entitled to my hour and a half, 3-minute break here. I just got to warm up some coffee. I'll be back shortly.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good old hot cup of coffee does sound good.
I don't drink coffee. I drink tea.
Yeah, I do too. Sweet iced tea, girl. That's right.
I drink ginger tea for healing.
There's an Asian restaurant up the road from where I'm at, and they got a lady there that makes her own tea, and she makes it in like a 10-gallon container, and she does it like she would do back home where she came from, and her family is like a family recipe on the tea. And you know, usually I'm the kind of guy that when I get to a restaurant and there's a lemon in it, I'll pull the lemon out and throw it to the side. You know what I mean? I don't want to. This lady has got a recipe, and I'm gonna tell you what, I love it. And it's just great. Something she does with the lemons, and she mixes some other stuff, and it's supposed to be. It has ginger, in it, ginseng and lots of different other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really, really good for you.
Oh, it probably is if they got ginseng and ginger in it.
Oh yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I couldn't drink it all the time like I do my other tea, but I sure enjoy it when I do get it. Yeah.
And it's hot, right?
No, it's cold. It's cold.
It's cold. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, it would probably be hot if we were where they came from, but over here, we all like the cold iced tea.
Oh yeah. Down south, that's all they drink. They drink sweet tea with breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack.
Yeah.
Sweet tea. Oh my God. You go to Waffle House, they give you waffles and chicken and sweet tea.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Yeah, that's right.
They give you sweet tea with everything. You get collard green. You go to Soul Food Place, they give you sweet tea. You get, a sandwich, they give you sweet tea.
Yeah.
Everything is sweet tea.
Yeah. Well, some people are pretty bad about the coffee down here too. There's some folks drink it 24 hours a day. They drink coffee.
Well, my family they from Florida. Now, they have like crab boils and stuff like that down there all the time, and like I said, they do the sweet tea with everything too. But they have this place, this burger place that I love. I don't know if you have it. It's called Crystal.
No.
It's called Crystal.
No, we don't have one. No.
Oh my God, I love that place. Every time I go down there, I love that place. It's them little mini burgers. It's like White Castle, but it's called Crystal down there.
Okay.
Okay.
Richie Rich.
Yes.
What's up, man?
What's going on, Kevin?
Slow motion, man. Hurting. How you doing, Paula?
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right.
You just getting on?
No, I've been on. I was listening, to the lady speak and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a massive headache.
Oh.
I knew you were gonna have trouble with that thing when I first saw it. I'm glad you can take it, Jess. Yeah.
Yeah, man, but head is pounding.
Has anybody heard anything out of Linda tonight?
Oh, Linda wasn't on?
I haven't heard her.
I haven't heard any.
I called her earlier and I didn't get no answer. Earlier this evening.
Yeah.
Hello. Somebody there?
There she goes.
Here.
Yeah, Frank?
No, he stepped away from the phone for a minute.
Yeah. Okay. I've got a question for you. Okay?
Shoot.
I'd like to ask, what are a couple of questions that I can pose to my doctor that I can ask? Well, something about schizophrenia.
You gonna ask the doctor?
That.
Okay.
You gonna ask the doctor about schizophrenia?
Yeah, about how can I be certain that what one person is experiencing, how could it not be something else besides schizophrenia?
Oh, okay.
You have a therapist or a psychiatrist?
No, I don't.
Oh, you talking about your primary care doctor?
Yeah.
They might not know. They might send you to a therapist or psychiatrist to ask them.
Yeah, they might give you evaluation or something. Why are you asking them questions?
I think what the lady is saying is she wants to know enough about schizophrenia to ask the proper questions to compare what is happening to her with the symptoms of schizophrenia to either agree that she does have it or find out that she doesn't have it. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
So what you need to do is you need to get hold of some medical book information from the most modern knowledge available, either on the computer or through books or library or anywhere else you might be able to find it, and become a schizophrenia expert, so that when you talk to a doctor or confront anyone about the questions you have, you'll know as much about it as they do.
Yeah, that way it don't backfire on you.
Well, you can make your own determination without a doctor's. You got enough intelligence to do that. You can ask the questions of them and let them say what they had to say, naturally, because they're the ones that write it on paper or do not write it on paper or agree whether you are or not. But if you know as much about it as they do, then you got a platform to stand on and say, no, I don't have that. I don't do that, or I don't do this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, because that's what was written down. And once you're labeled as that, it's hard to get away from it. Even when you're not.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. And most people are labeled wrongly. Like, they're saying somebody 60 years old all of a sudden develops certain types of mental illness that take a lifetime to develop. I mean, that's crazy. They didn't develop it in a day. It takes a long period of time for some things. And I think schizophrenia is one of those. You're not born with it. You're not, it takes a long time and a lot of trauma to develop something like that. I don't know how long ago you were diagnosed.
Well, no, it was just this year. But the reason I'm asking that is because schizophrenia generally pops up in your teens.
Or 35, up to 35 years old.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't just, start. But that's the way I was labeled.
Well, I just had a crazy thought. You can not only make yourself a schizophrenia expert, you can go online and take a few classes on it after you learn about it and actually get you a diploma or degree pertaining to the fact that you are an expert on it, and may be able to turn your diagnosis around.
Yeah. Well, see, if a psychiatrist were to talk to any of us, they would label us as being that already. What we feel, what we see, what we hear, all of that.
Yeah, well, they would be incorrect either way, because they're taking the short way out instead of looking and investigating, or they're being told what to label us as, led that way. Yeah.
What about this? What if, just like Morgellons, what if like schizophrenia was something that was created as an explanation. You know what I'm saying? Like a cover-up explanation for what goes on with us.
Because they don't want to explain it, Jeff.
Just some food for thought, you know.
Yeah. Well, Morgellons.
Don, you saying you could get schizophrenia if you had Morgellons? I'm asking.
No. What I mean is, like, you know, if you go to the doctor or whatever about the nano saturation or whatever poisoning with the swords and all that, they're going to tell you, you know, that you got Morgellons. But I mean, what it actually is, though, it's you know, nano poisoning. It's a saturation point in your body of this nano, and among other things. But you know, the Morgellons is what they're going to tell you that you have if you try to tell them that it's not that. It's, you know, tiny robots in my body. You know, it's just going to, you know, play right into the whole cover up kind of story. And the same, like, is what I'm trying to say about the schizophrenia. You know, like, just think about, you know, maybe what if that's the cover. What if it's the Morgellons of the psychiatric, you know, direction?
Well, see, I'm saying all this because I was on earlier, and I'm the woman, you know, about VA who said something about my housing. Well, electro-hypersensitive, that goes under a doctor who is an auditory doctor, can treat us. And if we go to an auditory doctor, and there's one up in Atlanta, I've been wanting to go to. And if that auditory doctor, for electro-hypersensitivity, one of those is that your feet swell. You don't have to be at home, but you're wearing shoes, you get to where you're going, then your feet swell. Okay. And sometimes other things happen too. I don't know what all the symptoms are. But yeah, you can hear buzzes or you can hear clicks in your ears. Some of that is because, now according to electro-hypersensitivity, some of that is because it's buzzing sounds because of everything that's electric around you. And according to an auditory doctor, they can prescribe and you can get special hearing aids that will block out all that sound. And that might help us. I don't know if it would help me particularly, you know, with everything that, you know, targeted individuals, you know, I don't know if it would help with us.
Well, the problem,
it might.
The problem with what you're, the problem with what you're seeing is, number one, you're agreeing to treatment. Once you are treated, then you are what they say you are. And I'd like to remind all of us that they created the clicking and the noises and the signals and all that stuff that we hear that may pertain to hyper electric exposure. They created all of that on purpose so that we would question and it would match the diagnosis that the doctors were laying upon us. Also, the VA, the military VA, had billions of dollars dumped in their laps after not having money for mental illnesses at all. They had plenty of money for medical problems, but they didn't have enough funding for mental illnesses, and they dumped billions of dollars into the VA for mental illnesses, and all the doctors at all the hospitals and the nurses were running around saying, wait a minute, we got to figure out a way to get some of this money, but we don't have any mental patients. We've got to create some mental patients so we can get our share of these billions, or we're just going to be left out. So they had to create mental patients, and just be careful messing with those people and at all.
Yeah,
and,
that too.
Yeah.
Well, what if this is auditory? If an auditory doctor could help us.
Well, what if we could get rid of all our symptoms? Even if we could get rid of every symptom we had, and it was still going on, if it was still draining our bodies, and we were still, being stalked and followed, and having the problems with our phones, taps, and computers, and when you go to the grocery store, people staring and acting crazy, or not being treated as a full constitutional American citizen in this country is one of the big things. Your freedoms, your rights, and all of that. Even if we could get rid of the symptoms, all we would be doing is, it would be like having cancer and being able to hide the pain from the cancer, but you're still being eat up. Cloaking comes to mind, cloaking their symptoms, but then again, everything we come up with that helps us at all, they turn around and find some other way to do more.
Hey, could I sneak in there for a sec?
Absolutely.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to just offer a resource. There's a paper online. This is to the woman that was asking about schizophrenia.
Yeah.
There's a paper. Are you able to write a resource down?
Yeah.
Okay, it's microwave bio effect congruence with schizophrenia.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Yes, congruence is spelled
CE.
And then it's microwave bioeffect congruence with schizophrenia. And it's by John J. McMurtry, and McMurtry is spelled MC, capital M, URTREY. That paper has a lot of great information and a lot of great resources.
Yeah.
My guess is a psychiatrist might look at it from his nose or her nose, because I do not believe the person has an advanced degree, but it would be a great resource for you. And if you're working with a social worker who's open-minded or a psychologist who's open-minded, they should be very interested in the paper. But my guess is most psychiatrists, MDs, will very likely just completely dismiss it. But in addition to that paper, the world's leading authority on the microwave auditory effect.
Yeah.
His name is Dr. James Lin. It's Lin.
I-N. Okay.
And he
Excuse me, ma'am. You have a loud noise in the background.
Yeah.
Could you turn that down? Because we hear it.
Oh. Okay. Got it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're able to get into the chat, but yeah, Dr. James Lin, if you look him up along with the attacks on the State Department workers in Cuba and China, and if you just look up James Lin with the microwave auditory effect, you'll find a trove of information from Dr. Lin. And psychiatrists should be really interested in that. But unfortunately, my guess is it would be a small minority who would be. Though Dr. Lin would be out of their category. You know, his knowledge would far surpass any psychiatrist with regard to microwave auditory effect, or the Fry effect, or Prey effect.
Okay. Well, see, when I saw my doctor, and when I was saying things about what I'm experiencing is what the U.S. delegates experienced when they stayed in Cuba in 2017. And there were papers right there that stated what some of the U.S. delegates were stating, what they were experiencing.
Well, it was embassy staffers, so including diplomats, and then including some CIA, and I can say that because that came out in mainstream media. So it was CIA working under diplomatic cover, the Cuban embassy, the U.S. Cuban embassy. And yes, there were papers written, including one from the Journal of American Medical Association. But the attacks also occurred in Guangzhou, China, Peking, and Shanghai. And in Cuba alone, there were 26 staffers who were affected, and there were 50 documented incidences in just Cuba alone.
Yeah.
So, and also Uzbekistan, a USAID worker complained of similar symptoms. The State Department tried to cover that up, but that's also in the news. But I didn't want to take up too much time. I just wanted to make sure that you had those two resources.
Yeah, but a lot of doctors aren't, they're going to just see, you know, that someone just wants to imagine they've got that wrong with them because somebody else has it wrong with them. Because the reason thing is because we are not important. We're just civilians. What's important about us for somebody to do this to us? We're not U.S. Embassy staff. It's why.
Well, you might be better off trying to approach it like you were talking about in the beginning, and that is just comparison of what's happening that you can show and what they say schizophrenia is. If you learn as much about it as they do, then, well, you've got a small argument, and go for the documentation and proof that may not include those incidents.
Yeah. Well, that paper it spells out exactly that. It spells out how microwave would be, the effects of microwave, pulse microwave would be consistent with schizophrenia.
Okay.
And I do want to agree with what Richard said, that when you go into a psychiatrist's office, the presumption is, unfortunately, that you have a mental illness. They have to code in order to be billed. They can code another illness not otherwise specified, but they very rarely will do that unless you have another well-documented illness that could describe or explain what you're presenting. But yes, I do agree with you that a lot of doctors will say what makes you special, and my response to that would be that it is not your responsibility to come up with the motive for being targeted. In other words, it's not the onus of describing what could be someone's motive for targeting you should not be placed on your shoulders. But sadly, that is something that many people say, what makes you special? And we don't have to necessarily be special at all to be guinea pigs.
Yeah. When you started talking about the paper, and your first word was microwave, then the next thing I got was word that was CON, and then it goes bioeffects and schizophrenia. But the first word was microwave.
Congruent.
Yes, I want to just get back there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was rambling. Yeah, the first word was microwave. Second is bio effect.
Okay.
The third word is congruence. C, Charlie, O, Omega, N, Nike, G, as in green, R, as in Richard, U, E, as in elephant, N, as in Nike, C, as in Charlie, E, as in elephant. Congruence with schizophrenia.
Okay. And those symptoms describe us, does it? Or that's the name of the paper?
That's the name of the paper, Microwave Bioeffect, Congruence with Schizophrenia.
Okay. Okay.
I know that I didn't see that until sometime after 2010, but I worked in social work, and I did not diagnose people, but psychiatrists always listened to my insight and the information that I would share with them about any given client. And I would have really loved to have seen this paper earlier. so you do have a lot of open-minded social workers. You have a fair number of open-minded psychologists. Unfortunately, there's a very small, a minuscule number of open-minded psychiatrists, which is very sad. And it's not really an acceptable situation. Many of them do get overwhelmed with clients, though, but any good doctor should continue to learn.
Well, her idea is the same idea a lot of us have, is why we can't seem to battle with them on their level, and mostly because of knowledge, what they know. And the mistake a lot of us TIs make is we go in saying, you know, but we're microwaved, or but we're stalked, or but we're attacked. I think the idea that she had come to mind on a lot of us. It has come to my mind that, you know, even though you're labeled, you should be able to walk into a place and say, hey, y'all did this wrong. My labeling is wrong. You labeled me this or that, and this is incorrect, and I've got proof that this is incorrect, because this is not what's going on with me. And but if you ever bring up the microwaving and the targeting, yeah, you're out the window, you're out the door.
Yeah, you'd have to have a fair amount of time to establish sort of a baseline, and then you may be able to share information with many social workers, people with masters, and a fair number of psychologists, but it is difficult to establish with psychiatrists.
Yeah.
But if you have a psychiatrist who's continuing to learn, then I would also not. I would throw out Dr. James Lynn, as he is the preeminent authority on the phi effect, or the microwave auditory effect.
Definitely, if you're going to walk into the lion's den, I guess you want to know yourself and know what you're going to go in there to talk about. You know, be sure of yourself.
Yeah, Patrick, I just went over a document the other night. I can't find the author for it, but it explains the Frey effect, and it also states the first declassified use of V2K was 1974. I have the document. We still can't find an author. Been looking. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think I have a link to it. Yeah, that looks like it. Yeah, the name of it's incorrectly titled as well. The title has been shortened. It's Synthetic Telepathy and Early Mind Wars by Richard Allen Miller. Does that ring a bell,
Yep.
Patrick?
Yeah, Richard Miller. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm getting an echo on there from somebody. It's really quite the piece of work to read. James C. Lynn offered a more technical description of the experiment.
How do you spell his last name again? L-I-N?
L-I-N-N. This is what he says. It's in quotes before the document starts. Frey found that human subjects exposed to 1310 megahertz and 2982 megahertz microwaves at average power densities of 0.4, 2 millimeter waves, centimeter 2, perceived auditory sensations described as buzzing or knocking sounds. The sensation occurred instantaneously at an average incident power densities well below that necessary for known biological damage, and appeared to originate from within or near the back of the head. And it was discovered by radar technicians, of all people.
Right, and then they told Dr. Frey what they had experienced, and then he looked into it.
Yes, and Dr. Alan Miller was almost jailed. The authorities came to his house because he wrote a paper on it, and they came and cleaned out his filing cabinet and took everything with them.
Well, of course they did, yeah.
All this work was done at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research.
Yep.
But Fry was on the campus, right, of Cornell.
This was all done. Joseph C. Sharp and Mark Grove at the Walter Reed Army Institute. And this entire technique can be duplicated by ham radio operators.
Yep. Short distance or long distance, according to what I saw.
Yeah. And another researcher was A.W. Guy. And he stated that one of the most widely observed and accepted biologic effects of low average power electromagnetic energy is the auditory sensation evoked in man when exposed to pulsed microwaves. The human brain discerns what is coming into the cochlea, and that is what this is all aimed at. None of it has anything to do with your eardrum at all.
Yep.
And there's Dr. Robert Becker at the Marconi Underwater and Defense Systems Laboratory. But it's a good paper. Anybody that wants it, I can give you the link to it.
Well, there was a naval man that I spoke to. He said that what's being done on land was originally used as a weapon. It's what they were using as long range underwater to listen. And it's what's been killing whales.
Absolutely.
Whales, beached. Yeah, but when someone decided to do it on land, they knew it was a weapon. They knew it could do a lot. A lot of people are not aware that sound travels, that sound kills. It depends on what you do. Everything has a sound. Heart, like if you have, like if you had a pacemaker, you need a certain sound that would stop it or that would make it start. Well, your brain does the same thing.
Well, I can tell you from diving experience, if you're anywhere near a whale, when they're clicking, it feels like it's shattering your inner head.
Well, I've never been close to one. Well,
I didn't I didn't realize that either. Well, guys, I think I'm going to sign off.
Okay. Well, thanks for your help.
Oh, no problem. We'll be on Wednesday night at 9 p.m.
Okay.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
Could you email me whenever you email me or whatever for that link or that PDF? Could you email me Miranda's email address also?
Whose?
Miranda.
Yes. Not a problem.
She wanted the same thing that you want.
Right. Okay.
All right. Appreciate it. Oh, y'all, man. Y'all take it easy.
Good.
All right, Don, Frank, Patrick. Ladies.
Good night now. Good night. Good night from Boston, Massachusetts.